that I ended up doing. Mental block in writing. When people are presenting, you should be able to see other topics and other inciting uh, research aspect that you can actually write. I remember yesterday, one of the keynotes, when the keynote was going on, myself and one of the students were chatting. We were like, oh, look at what we have been thinking. We can actually write on this particular thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we really want this particular conference not just to end today, but we want it to actually be something that is kind of really sparking in us a new and a renewed, profound inspiration to actually contribute to the academia meaningfully. So, with these words, I want to say welcome to the second day, and it promises to be an exciting time. Can we please put our hands together as we welcome my mentor, Professor Twala, to anchor this session this morning? Professor.
Good morning. I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, friends, academics, the comrades of mine that I've known for a long time. So I think I've been tasked just to be a program director for this particular session, the morning session. I don't know why I was chosen, but I decided just to agree on that one. So I think at this particular point in time, so there's some ground rules. So I think people were busy last night. Those who are gonna be sleeping. In South Africa, those who are not coming from South Africa, there's a demerit system. So we are given a maximum point. Then as you sleep, if you sleep when the guest speakers, they are actually here in front, I'm going to deduct. So by the end of the day, if you had a best paper, you won't get the prize because it means you've not been doing your work. Even those people who are online, I'm going to monitor them very well so that they are not sleeping online, because those who are online, they normally like to sleep. So I think from my side, I'll be doing that particular monitoring. I think at this particular point in time, so we're very glad to have our first guest speaker in terms of keynotes, keynote address number 4, Dr. Msizi Mieza. So he's a CEO for the Council for the Built Environment. Those who are in South Africa, if you don't know the Council for the Built Environment, I think you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. So those who come from outside, so I think Dr. Mieza will give a little bit of a background. So what is the Council for the Built Environment? So that you'll have a particular idea to say what the council is doing before he delivers his keynote address. So otherwise, Dr. Mieza, the floor is yours. Just come and say everything. So 2 weeks back, I was in Ghana, 2 weeks back or 3 weeks back. So we had Professor Mama. He told us something. He said, what you do, we must behave like Adam in the Bible. Adam, what he did, he was asked a question. He answered what he knows. He didn't answer other things that he didn't know. So I think in terms of guest speakers, what they'll tell us today, they're going to tell us about what they know. What they don't know, they won't tell us. So therefore, Professor Mama say we must behave like Adam. If you're asked to do something, do what you know the best. Don't do what you don't know. So otherwise, Dr. Msis, so it's your time now. So if you can just come and address the House.
Good morning. I'm still waiting for the IT to be sorted out. So they'll give me an indication. I think we're good to go. IT, 121. Okay, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. When Professor Chwala invited me to come here, I asked him what he want me to say to you. So what I'm going to say, it's because Chwala briefed me together with Prof. Clinton to say, when you come on the second day, this is what I want you to tell my delegates. So I'm giving you that caveat because should there be any questions, so you know where to direct them to. So the questions will be handled by the three of us. Prof. Chwala, I titled my presentation, The Cost of Doing Nothing. That was an intentional choice in terms of choosing the topic, because I think in South Africa, as a built environment profession, we are going through a reflective journey. And that journey, it's predicated on a number of factors that I'm going to present. So if you remember my submission, at least remember the cost of doing nothing. Now, I always do this slide because sometimes we run out of time. But fortunately, Prof. Chwala did not tell me how much time I have. So usually when they time you, at least you want to give an executive summary of your presentation. So he's saying 60 minutes. Oh, sorry. Okay. So in an event where you forget anything that I would have said, I want you to take away the following key points: that the future of the built environment in South Africa looks bright. However, there are a number of challenges that remains. And one of them is that the sector refuses to transform. So looking at this room, So you can take a picture, photograph, so that we can post it, that looking at this room, it is indeed true that the sector refuses to transform. So how many women are here? You can see. So that's really what we're dealing with. It's not a reflection of to you, Prof. Clinton. It's a sector. Number two, the sector does not really prioritize young people. And number three, we have a challenge of professionals in terms of what they do around the code of conduct. I'm going to share one case study later on why I'm making this point. And I do think that when I engage with my colleagues in the academic space, we always challenge them that there are other ways of producing knowledge. So we can't theorize about Ubuntu and indigenous knowledge, but don't infuse it in the academic discourse. I think there's a challenge of climate change that requires us to be adaptable. And the last issue is about our challenge as a sector to continue producing quality infrastructure as we've done in the past. But I don't have to tell you to drive anywhere in this province. You'll see what I'm referring to. There are negative aspects of the work that we do. So one of the mandate that I was given by the board that I report to was that I must always abuse the platform of why CBE exists and what we try to do on a day-to-day basis. So ours really is about catalyzing change, is about influencing the policy discourse that advances the profession, be a link between the profession and government. But what is important is that we must work with various partners and stakeholders on the work that we do. That's why we accept invitations that we get either from business or from the academia. Prof. Twala and Prof. Clinton, you recall that the minister convened what we call the ministerial dialogue with the heads of schools and deans of faculties of the built environment in the country, precisely because we appreciate the interface between the work that we do and the work that is done at the university level, especially because that's where the production line is. Now, the built environment family in this country is made up of 9 disciplines that are legislated currently. But obviously there are others that are currently practicing in the space, which we are busy formulating the agreement. In the CBE Act, we've got 6 professional bodies, and some you might be familiar with. Your landscape architects, your engineers, your property valuers, construction and project managers, quantity surveyors. In addition, we've got environment practitioners, geomatics, land surveyors, as well as town planners. That's really what makes the family. We then report to the Minister of Public Works, who then report to Cabinet. I just saw a former member of CBE just walked in. So if I'm saying something incorrect, she will say, point of order. I will be brought into order. So good morning, Prof. Misha. Like any other organizations, we do have a vision. So the current council of CBE went through a process of determining the vision in line with the 7th administration. And our vision really encompasses 4 words: intelligent, inclusivity, adaptivity, as well as efficient. Prof. Clinton, your laptop is ringing here non-stop. So do I cancel? Thank you. Hey, no, I'm doing something else now. Okay, so what do we do? Okay. It's opening your serious things. Thank you. Okay. So the last one that was hidden by those serious things was thriving. So that's a vision, and we define these terms in terms of what they stand for us as an organization, because the same terminologies can mean different things for different organizations. So we don't claim that we own these terminologies, but as CBE, we define them for our own purposes as part of our 5-year strategy. But in the main, what we want to do is to uphold professionalism, visionary thinking, and embrace inclusivity. That's really what the essence of our vision is about. Now, having done that, Prof, I thought let me just stop here with the CBE on what it is. So colleagues who might not be familiar, it is Googleable, so you can find more information about what we do. But when Prof Clinton asked me to come, I then thought it might be useful to just give you a storyline on how CBE came about. And the point that I was making about the cost of doing nothing, it's premised on the reference point that I'm making. In 2003, the then Minister Togo Didiza, who's currently a Speaker of Parliament, released a document titled Policy Document on Transformation of the Built Environment Professions. That document, in essence, was basically laying the foundation for, I would say, 4 areas that needed to be attended to. And you'll note that if you look at CBE Act, was enacted in law in 2000. And in 2003, this document was released about transformation, professionalization, capacity for infrastructure delivery, and strengthening governance. And I want you to remember the slide because as I go through my other slides, you must keep on referencing yourself on whether these things that were discussed in 2003 have happened. Without actually summarizing the 20-year review that we've done at CBE, I wanted to submit 3 points that indeed, Prof, we've seen growth. If you compare 2000 and now, we've seen growth of registration, professionals coming from different backgrounds, different skills coming through. And we've also seen an emphasis around skills development and training, including mentorship of young professionals. We've established some structures that deals with ethics and governance frameworks, and others to ensure that the sector develops. However, the slow pace of transformation as it reflected in this room continues. The infrastructure delivery programs continues. There is still skills mismatch. There is also fragmentation on how we regulate the industry or the profession. And you've seen that in some instances, there has been an intervention from the court to try and define what professionals do, because some of the issues, as part of the evolution, obviously. But I think there is a point that I also want to register. If you drive anywhere in this country along major highways, you'll see that there is emergence of these new developments in the traditional areas. And those areas also form part of the built environment, but they sit outside. And how do we, as the profession, intervene in those areas to ensure public safety, to ensure accessibility of services? Prof Twala, you know, when you drive between Umtata and East London, there's quite a lot of development taking place along the N2. And in most cases, it's the same house plan that just get plugged in because that's what it is. But I think from a built environment point of view, there must be a conversation on how do we intervene in such areas. I then also argue that there is wicked problems that are facing built environment professionals or practitioners, because our cities that we interact with as professionals are changing in its character. And that requires a different ways of thinking. And I think for us as built environment professionals, be it to a civil engineer, a QS, if you are given a project in Alexandra, yes, you require your technical skills, but you also require additional capacity to be able to engage those communities. Because if you go to Orange Farm and other parts of the country where they don't have services, and you go and talk to them about resilient infrastructure, they will tell you that we just want a road. Whether it's resilient, responsive to climate change, we just don't have access to a road. So the conversation has to be understood and context-based. And I think that's really the point that I'm making, that as built environment professionals, it's not good enough that we can be solution driven technically, but miss some of these nuances that are posed by how our cities are designed and are developing. In 2026 July, we invited the AG to share their insight with us. And one of the points they made was that our infrastructure as a country is on the edge of collapse. And they make a case on why, based on the findings that they've been making. And I don't have to explain. If you go to Mfuleni, you experience what AG was referring to. So if you're a professional working on the housing project, like the one that I'm showing in the middle picture, surely you can't just say I'm a construction manager when you know that in that area there's no bulk, but you're busy building houses. So there must be an ethical consideration that as professionals we work together. You remember the issue of cross-cultural or a partnership that we must do as professionals. So yes, the structure is there, is solid, but there's no bulk, there's no water, there's no electricity, there's no road. So as a professional, you said, I've built the houses, but is it usable? So these are issues that communities deal with. And I think these insights, they are available on the AG website. That really speaks to what we do as professionals. I'm hoping that the LTCTA will actually release the second installment of their study, because it will be interesting to compare the work they did or they published in 2020 about the attrition that we've seen in the municipal space. They were actually looking at the civil engineering qualifications. That you can see that in 2005, the picture was different than in 2020 at the time when they released the study. So it was a longitudinal study that they've undertaken. I think 5 years later, it might be interesting to see how are the numbers looking like. So that at least when you talk about capacity deficiencies in local government, it's not premised on outdated data. But in 2020, that's how the picture looked. So there has been a shift from the professionals, meaning PR, vis-a-vis a number of technologies and technicians that have actually emerged in the local government space. And I think it's got its own challenges when we are losing well-experienced professionals. I think this point I've made already. I think the one issue that I want to raise here is that our profession is aging. As it ages, young people are stuck in candidacy program, and they are not able to assist us in dispensing or discharging our responsibilities as a state around the infrastructure development. And others have even transitioned to other professions. And I think it's something that we must encourage, but we must encourage it in a sense that it's a choice, not because we make it impossible for them to become professionally registered so they can actually practice the profession they studied for. There are also ethical problems in our profession. And I know it's an uncomfortable conversation to have. When there's built environment, there's construction, there's always ethical issues. And I think we must, maybe through universities, engage on this subject matter, because it does dent the image of the profession. And I'm making this point not carelessly, because not everyone is embarking on this, but it is something that we are grappling with as a profession. I think the point I've made that our profession remains or continues to be a boys' club, that's a perception that exists there. But I think it's something that we must continue to ensure that it's an open, transparent, embracive profession for everyone to come in. We make it possible for women, young people to practice what they've studied for. I think this point about the regulatory reforms, I'm going to present it later in my other slides, but I do think that there are inconsistencies on how we deal with the work that we do as a profession. On average, Prof, it takes you about, if you're a developer and investor in this country, you have to comply with about 180 odd legislations before you can build a property. So you have to get WULA, apply this and do this. And I'm sure we can improve. As I'm not saying people mustn't comply, but I'm sure we can find different ways of doing it. I think this point I've made, and I think our commitment as CBE is that we must be data-driven and ensure that the advice that we give to the ministry is based on solid data that we would have received from people like yourself. CBE is not a research organization. Therefore, we rely on partnership with yourselves to ensure that the advice that we provide to the minister makes sense and also is solid. It can be tested based on rigor that in the academic space you would actually undertake. There was a point I made about us as professionals. So we did this investigation on George Building collapse. Obviously, it's a matter that's still unfolding. So I thought, let me just share some of the issues. So our investigation was really about professional misconduct, because in that project, there were professionals that were assigned different responsibilities. And how we see the George Building collapse investigation report is that it has become a catalyst for us to review how we regulate the built environment. That's really what this investigation has revealed to us. There were lapses across the ecosystem. So, and I think that's really something that in 2025, as a profession, we shouldn't be discussing buildings that are collapsing. So I think it should be something that we are shameful that there was a building that collapsed wherein some of us were involved and it killed people. And I think that's really what George building collapse has actually demonstrated, that we must relook at how we do our work. I think the last conversation that we've been pushing as a council is around the climate change discourse. I remember, Prof. Clinton, when we started this conversation, my colleagues from this CBEPS and the industry from the VAs, they were asking, why is CBE obsessed about climate change? Young people are unemployed. Young people are not working. They are not converted to become candidates. Professionals are not being paid on time. So there were a lot of reasons on why we shouldn't. And we said, we can't be left outside as a profession in this conversation. And we started the conversation in eThekwini. We're not following floods, but I think it made sense at the time because eThekwini had experienced catastrophe. And I think it was about just bringing normalcy and restoring order because of the destruction that had happened there. We then moved to eMandeni, which is a different space altogether, wherein communities who are residing in tribal land get flooded every time Utugela River floods. And they don't want, so what happened is they move and then they come back when the flood has disappeared. So it becomes a continuous problem. And the issue was to say, how do we engage with traditional leadership in a municipal context to understand these terminologies of floodline, collapsible soil, and. Because for them, it's about, oh, you have a property next to the river, your cattle will have access to water, you can grow plants, and. So it's that conversation that they are having. The issue of climate change, it's like, oh, flooding came and we got flooded, it's going to disappear, we'll go back. And I think that's really why we started having those conversations. And colleagues, you'll know that what happened in the Eastern Cape, it's recorded, so I don't have to preach to the converted. But I think as a profession, we can't sit outside this conversation because the work that we do interfaces with these issues. Now, Prof, I'm going to quickly go through the slides very quickly. Now, with the problem statements that I've presented to you, the minister then started to say, but clearly there is a problem on how you guys enforce oversight standards. What are the standards that governs the work that is done by this profession? How do you ensure that you hold people responsible for the work that they do? Because it's about safeguarding the public. And I think this is a conversation that has begun at the national level. Fast forward on the 9th of June, during the budget vote, the minister then firmly announced that in Parliament that there will be a CPE bill that will be introduced. And I think the intention really is to ensure that the issues that I've presented, we begin to address them head on. This process takes long. And I've got no illusion that this process will be concluded in the next 3 years. But I think there is a reflective acceptance that we must do something. Otherwise, the George collapse will continue. I think in the interim, what we have done, we have approved what we call a built environment professionalization strategy, which basically present 12 interventions. We presented this document at the MINMEC. MINMEC is a structure made up of minister and the 9 MECs of provincial government that are in charge of infrastructure and public works. So, because that's where the work that we do in the main reside. Obviously, there are different configurations in different provinces. For example, in the Free State, the infrastructure sits in a number of departments, like your community safety and roads, as well as public works and infrastructure. So there are different reconfiguration in different in different provinces. But in the main, we want to try and address the issue of mentorship. How do we support women? So the strategy outlined all of those interventions. On the same day, the minister Zikalala then also made a firm announcement that CPE must be intentional about the registration of Black professionals, especially women, because that's really where the supply would be. There's a slide I normally present, Prof, that deals with the scale in terms of number of women who are candidates, number of women who are registered. And I think that's really what the minister was calling us to do. We do accept that this is a long-term investment, so we're not oblivious to that. So CPE has approved what we call a skills pipeline strategy, and we continue to implement that strategy because I think it's relevant and it actually frames our intervention. Because if you were to take the kinds of interventions that we do in the schooling systems, like we do rural schools program, where we expose kids. Prof Twala, we partner with you quite a lot on this program, where we bring kids from different schools in the Eastern Cape to WUSU, for example, and these kids are taken through not just lectures like this, but they will be shown, if you're an architect, this is what you do. If you're a QS, this is what you do. And I think it's a better way of handling the information from us. But we're not assuming that if we speak to 1,000 kids, those kids will all come into the built environment. But it is a contribution that we are making. I think where we are focusing mainly is on the candidacy, as well as what professionals do post-registration. I also made this point when I was addressing the bursary awards students. So Public Works annually issue bursaries to students. And I was speaking to them to say, look, we must understand that the built environment is just not about structures and nice building. Yes, that's very important. But it's also about creating an environment for society to thrive. And that requires professionalism, the issue that I raised about Ubuntu, and continue to seek knowledge. And because if you stop learning, you would not grow professionally. So I think these young bursary recipients, we start with them in grade 10 until matric. Then after matric, we then give them bursaries to go to different institutions. We have also launched what we call an infrastructure audit program. It was launched by the minister in April the 1st. Really, this program is targeting built environment professionals who might be interested in the audit of asset space. We are working with the Auditor General on this program. It's I don't like the word pilot because it assumes that if the pilot fails, it's not going to continue. We are convinced that these kids or these young graduates will be equipped with an expertise that currently does not exist. And then they can be in the service of the public sector and assist us with infrastructure audit, so that at least should there be issues that are reported around George, they're able to intervene. Obviously, presenting the challenges, you need to say, what are the interventions that you are doing? We are intervening, Prof, around institutional support, around educational reforms. We're also reimagining the built environment of the future. And I think ours is really to say collaboration is key, and we accept that we don't hold monopoly over knowledge. We'll come here and expose ourselves on what we are thinking and receive critique, and then go back and improve on the work that we do. Remember, I spoke about the policy document of Togo Didiza in 2003. That document was calling for stakeholders to commit to an agenda of transformation. And I think as a CBE, we committed to that. Obviously, different council or administration will emphasize certain things. And I think in the short term, the current council of CBE is seized with an idea of saying, let's move from a vision to action. So we will implement some of the programs, Prof. They might not make sense. And as long as we're able to implement them and then see some traction, I think that's really the intention. Let me end here for now, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Doc. I'll ask the House just to give you a round of applause. Hopefully you can see me. I'm worried sometimes. Sometimes I was in a function or delivery. Believe me, I finished my speech. The people say they only heard my voice, they didn't see me. So I'm always cognizant of that. You say, I ask people if they can see me, then I'm here. So otherwise, Dr. Thanks so much for your time and the knowledge that you have shared with us. So what I'll do, I think you have told us that the future is bright. We believe you that the future is bright, but to refuse the part after that, that's where I became confused to say, is the future bright or not? So I think you've talked about the issue of women. I think it's still a challenge. So in one meeting, I encourage other people. So we've got more than one wife, just to bring them so that in the function, so that, you know, so we're able. I think I've talked about the issue in terms of the growth in professional. So we've seen over the years, the growth. We may not say the growth is not enough, but I think we can see some changes. And also the issue of the emphasis around the issue of skill development. We're seeing that one happening. And also the issue of the establishment. I think the built environment, the issue of ethics is quite an important issue. So we've seen the emergence of the construction mafias. I think in terms of yesterday, we had presentation around those areas. I think those ones, they are still pertinent. And also in terms of different ways of thinking. So talk about in terms of engaging different stakeholders. So we need to look at that. So then another thing you talk about the boys club. So which was saying you need to dismantle. So we're calling colleagues in the House, we don't want a girls club. We want an integrated club. We don't want the other people to say we want to counter that by having a girls club. So we're saying we want an integrated club. So just to take forward in terms of the built environment sector. So the issue of mentorship, you have emphasized that one. And the issue, you say we're hunger for knowledge. So I think without knowledge, we're not going to prosper. So the sector must move forward from vision to action. I always see some of my former student, they've done some research. One of the students have done a lot of work around housing and informal settlement. I always say, when I look at this particular person, I won't mention the name, I always see the growth of informal settlement. So when I go around, the informal settlement is growing, then I say, what happened to that research that is there? So I'm just saying, those are the questions that I keep on asking myself to say, what's happening to that particular research? Because, it's like the issue when we are looking in terms of the strategy of government, we're putting a lot of money in poverty alleviation. So also in terms of infrastructure, as we put more money to eradicate poverty, most in the African government in Africa, we find that the rate of poverty is also going up. Unemployment, we try to cap unemployment, also unemployment is going up. So as we put more money, it means there's a particular problem that we're not addressing very well. How can we put more money in there to cap unemployment, whereas unemployment, it keeps on going up? So I'm just saying those are the things. So I think at this particular point in time, I'll just open for question, Dr. Mears. So as a program director, what I'll do, I'll allow the floor to ask you questions. Okay, yes. Colleagues, I'm just open for questions. There's an opportunity for you to ask questions.
Sorry, he's going ladies first. Dr. Mnyeza, it's lovely to see you again. My query relates to, you mentioned the minister wanting to draft a new bill for the CBE. Do we have any early indication of the projected changes or implications that may be documented in that bill?
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. I enjoyed the presentation. I always enjoy listening to you. I think the last time was in Durban early this year. I enjoyed listening to you then and then today also. I'm from Ghana, and in Ghana we refer to South Africa a lot when we talk about a construction industry that is well regulated. We have a system in Ghana where we think we are not regulating the industry well enough. So we keep referring to South Africa as an example of a well-regulated industry. Yes, and one of the things I see is the fact that you have this CBE, and then you have about 9 or so, if you like, agencies or groups that come under that umbrella. And so I want to ask, how are you able to deal with the issue of maybe the fragmentation? Because we want to regulate our industry, but we also are a bit afraid of, the fragmentation situation where there are too many agencies operating and trying to control segments of the industry. So I want to find out how you're doing this, how you're able to properly coordinate all these 9 or so agencies and have a well-regulated industry. Yes.
Okay, I think, yeah, I'll just take that date.
So my question to the director is that he said we should stop communicating or publishing collapse burdens, because it's a shame that as professionals, burdens are collapsing. But my question is that I'm looking at of Ghana. Most of the burdens that recently get collapsed do not engage professionals. So in South Africa, I want to find out the picture. Who are supposed to put up burdens? Are they the professionals or non-professionals? That is one. Then 2, you also made mention about issues of on timely delivery of delays of projects in South Africa as well. In that regard, usually for all point surveyors, our favorite Bible is that is Luke 14:28. That says that you need to plan before you make sure that you complete your project. In that regard, with the delay of projects, what do you think might be the main cause affecting this? Is it that we don't have QS on the project, or we have planned and yet the money is going elsewhere? Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I think for now, let us just take Dr. Mears, if you can just answer those 3 questions. I think the people want to see you. Yeah, we must send. Believe me, the house is happy to see you.
No, thank you very much. Let me start with the last one. You answer it. You answered it. The money goes somewhere. So, no, on a serious note though, but I think there is it's a cocktail of issues. There's an ethical element, there's corruption, there's poor planning. So it's just a cocktail of issues. And at the end of the day, the project doesn't get delivered. So there is something called the Business Forum. I'm sure you spoke about it yesterday. It's also another layer now that has emerged that really compromise project completion. But I think it's really something that as professionals, we can't be proud of. There are so many projects. I mean, I will use Public Works. I think the last time I checked, there were about 67 projects that are incomplete. And some of them have been running for years. Some of them have been in the media, in the Eastern Cape, for example. So it's, if you can just see Public Works alone, you can then start checking in other departments on how many projects are incomplete. And that's why professionals are practicing, and there are different issues. But I don't want to simplify a complex project with just saying the money goes somewhere else. But yeah, it's an area that we should be doing better as professionals. In relation to the buildings that collapsed, so let's use George, for example. I mean, there has been a number of buildings that have collapsed or structures in this country for different reasons. It's recorded. Where people die, and I'll use an example, the Tongati Mall that collapsed 10 years ago. Still hasn't been concluded, still being investigated. And so you'll imagine, George, with 34 people that died, it's gonna take longer to even conclude. They were professionals, because for you to start a building project, there are different phases. In the main, there are 3 phases that you must comply with, or gates. And they've been complied with. There was an architect, there was a surveyor, there was a town planner. So all of that was done. But buildings don't collapse because there is non-compliance in terms of submission of drawings. They collapse because on site, what happens? So the technical aspect of it is one aspect, but what happened on site? So our investigation and others are revealing what happened on that particular project in George, which really led to it collapsing. I'll use one example. In George, there is a high water level. So they decided to have an underground parking. And when you read their geotech report, you then see the problems. So that building was going to collapse at some point. It just collapsed quicker than before people moved in, because there were a number of shortcuts that were undertaken. But I don't want to discuss the George investigation report. In terms of the regulatory and frameworks, I think it's important that colleagues understand that the built environment pre-94 in South Africa was regulated differently than post-94. So the big 4, your QS, property valuation, engineering, and architects, were voluntary associations or bodies that self-govern themselves. So with an infusion of a CBE in the middle, was trying to bridge the back. And there were contestation, Prof. Kathy, you can attest to that. It's recorded in the Hansard in Parliament on what the contestation was. It's about our industry, we can self-regulate ourselves, and. But I think the point that we are putting forward is that we're not saying CBE must survive for the VAs and Voluntary Association and Regulatory Council must die. We say, let's accept that in the framework that we have as a country of regulating the sector or the profession, there are gaps. How do we close those gaps? That's really what the essence. And I think you can continue looking towards us. We also look for others as well, because we don't hold monopoly over it. If there are lessons from Ghana, we'll take those into the equation as we go through this process. The last point, Prof, that you raised about the bill. Yes, there are high-level issues that we are putting forward. It's about enforcing accountability. So in essence, how we started the process was, if you read the CBEP Act, the long title, it defines what the relationship that they have with CBE. But when you read the CBE Act, it doesn't say what is the relationship that we have with them. And if you read these CBEP Acts, all of them, they mention CBE about 21 times, where there are responsibilities that they have over CBE. But it doesn't say if EXA, I'm using EXA as an example, they are the one of the most performing. If EXA doesn't submit its annual report, which is required by CBE for us to go to Parliament, what do we do? So they can choose not to submit. When I go to Parliament, they will ask me, why didn't EXA submit? And I'll say they didn't submit. We've written to them, we've reminded them, they did not submit. So there are no penalties in the CBE Act. It's not about penalizing each other, but it's to ensure that there are checks and balances. The second point is also the numbers of these councils in terms of how the representation happen at CBE. So if we've got 9 council, and they each send 2 members. So these members, some of them wear 2 hats because they'll come from a council to CBE. And CBE is a public entity, Schedule 3. Being a public entity, Schedule 3, you are governed by the PMFMA, and you are actually operating like a board, whereas they sit outside. Now, if we table a report like the CBE bill, these 12 or these 18 members can actually vote as a block if they don't like what is being presented. So those are governance issues that we find ourselves in, that we're trying to resolve as well. But also the CBEPs have complained about the numbers. I mean, if you look at EXA, it's got 50 members. I mean, who would have a board meeting of 50 members? So if you're a CEO, you have to address board members, 50 of them, that come from different disciplines. So you can spend your early morning until 12 o'clock discussing matters arising. So by the time you get to the actual agenda, you're tired. And to have a board meeting, unless you get a venue like this, you actually spend a lot of money. So there are these like governance issues that needed to be clarified as well. So that's really what the bill is trying to resolve. Obviously, it's going to be a long process. We're hoping that this time around it won't be contested like it was in the past, where the bill was actually withdrawn in Parliament because of the contestation. But I think it's more about really improving what we do, especially taking lessons from George as well. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, Doc, just take one question. Just one question, and then we'll move to the next session.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor. Would like to congratulate the CBE for the good work that they are doing first. But I would also want to ask if is it possible that the Council of the Built Environment can operate like your HPCSA, to say it's mandatory that each and every person who's practicing that things that have to do with the built environment industry to be registered, so that accountability can be more enforced. So now my question is, why are the villages whereby you find that the kings are the ones who allocate reside where they feel like they want to reside? For an example, I was in Mthatha a month ago, looking at where the incident that took place at Mthatha of people who were staying next to where rivers flow or dongas, whereby when it's raining were flooded, that being affected by water. So in the royal houses, normally to have an urban and regional planner who will also advise as to this place is not safe because of we have mountains behind. If we experience snow and the snow is more than what the Tongas can accommodate, it means that that place is not a good place for a person to stay. It be a thing to say, if they have these people will advise on this particular aspect, it will save lives of people who choose to reside in that particular area. So in a way that in future we don't get to have such type of incidences that took place in Mthatha. So I would like to ask if is it possible that the CBE can maybe advise in that area, advising the Ministry of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think the first point, that's really, we're not married to a health professions council model, but I think that's a model that we're looking into. It's got its own challenges, so we've engaged them. We're also not married to a particular structure. I think in the main, it's about how do we progress the sector and the profession. Because sometimes when you speak regulations, people think like, oh God, you are over-regulating us. I think the issue is not that. So there are problems. What is the best model of resolving those challenges? So others are proposing the aviation type model, where we adopt the aviation authority model. Those are issues that are under consideration currently about the CBE bill. So they're not cast in concrete, so there will be further engagement. On the land issues, it's a constitutional matter. In South Africa, we've got a very unique situation where you've got local government overlapping with the traditional leadership setup. And then you've got professionals playing into that space. And I think it's really one of those complex issues that as a professional, you must navigate around. I come from a village. In my village, I behave like villagers. So I can't say, obviously you'll advise when there's a meeting, but I think the essence is that it's the nature of the complexities of our governance architecture as a country, where traditional leadership, they are embedded in our constitution and they have a particular responsibilities to play. And I think where we should be moving towards, it's how do we ensure that the information that is available to all of us as professionals, it's also available to them. I mean, I challenged Prof. Twala and Clinton and others. When we went to Mandeni, one of the issues was to simplify the jargon. So if you say to a king, a chief, without undermining their educational level, that there is a flood line, and this is what it means, and communities must understand it the same way. So those are some of the issues that we have to continue dealing with. And I think when you talk about how do we as academics, as well as the profession, accept the environment that we are operating in and ensure that we are relevant. And so Mthatha example, it's about us being relevant so that communities can embrace what information we bring to them. Thank you very much, sir. We are forced to wait a little bit. Andy Lendebele. Can you unmute? So I think there's a question online. Oh. I'm sure if there are people, or maybe while you're asking this question.
Mr. Andele, can you go ahead and answer the question?
No, Professor, unmute. So unmute. Sorry.
Hello, Andele, can you hear me?
No, you cannot.
They're muted inside there.
I'm saved.
Perfect. I think you can hear me now, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Msizi, for that nice presentation. Mine is just a question around the recently, well, it's not necessarily formally recognized, but there's talks of Engineer General's Office. So I wanted to understand your context of understanding that particular institution, Engineer General's Office, and the parallel roles, or maybe any interfaces, if there are no parallel roles between the two different structures, as it relates to the mandate of the CBE and the respective councils. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. No, thank you very much. We're part of that process. Thank you. All the entities of public works were part of that process. So it's an idea that was spearheaded by the colleagues, but mainly focusing from an engineering perspective. I think the idea is noble. It's got its limitations, which are currently being canvassed and debated. So through the Public Works Department, we've engaged on consultation processes. And then I think those consultation processes have given us some insight on how best we can reposition this idea. There are different views, Prof, that the built environment is all encompassing. So when you say engineer general, where does it end? Where does it stop? And I think the model that is being proposed is similar to a Chapter 9 institution, and that requires a 2/3 majority. Unless if you want to have some sort of an engineer general that sits in a particular department to look at engineering related defects. And that's one aspect. The other aspect is to broaden the scope of this idea so that at least it doesn't look like we're elevating engineers over the other professionals. Because I'll tell you, other professionals are saying, how about quantity surveyor general? Others were saying, how about geological engineer general? So we're going to end up having generals. So I think the idea is to say, how do we use the institutional makeup to respond to the challenges that are facing us? And I think it's still an open item and still being debated at different levels. And CBE is participating to it, as well as CIDB and Agreement SA, as well as IDT and other entities that are affected by the proposal. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much, Dr. Mieza. Colleagues, just another big round of applause. So I think there was a question at the back about the chiefs and the kings. It's quite interesting. I was attending one meetings. One of the chiefs asked a question to say, in the urban areas, but also people are building in areas where they're not supposed to build. So how do we deal with them? If you are saying the rural areas, we're giving people land which is not suitable for building. I think that's a question that you need to think about. You can go to Alex, you go to different places, you find people there just at the edge of the river where they are building. If there's flooding, you know, I'm just saying those are the issues. Maybe we may look at a bigger problem. Yeah. Okay, colleagues, let us go to the next presenter in terms of our next keynote speaker. Oh, okay. Okay, Dr. Mieza, based on the powers invested of me, you must come in front. So I think in terms of Dr. Mieza is leaving now, is going to head Eastern Cape or around those areas or Richards Bay. So what I'd like to do just on behalf of the conference organizing committee, so just a token of appreciation so that next time you come back. Otherwise, if you don't give you anything, you won't come back. So otherwise, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh. Thank you. So safe trip then. So I think in terms of our next keynote speaker is Professor Emmanuel Adiniera. So from the Department of Construction Technology and Management, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi, Ghana. So So I think in terms of the professor, we are having 30 minutes. So, and then you will take us through. Then after that, we are going to take some few questions just from your side. So we just, thanks so much for honoring the invite to come to South Africa. So I think February, it was around in Durban. So it's coming for the second time in South Africa. So I've known you for how many years? Yeah, more than 15 years. So it means there's a particular friendship. So around academic for more than 15 years.
Well, good morning. We'll wait for the IT team to sort this out. But let me thank Prof. Twala for the kind introduction. Yeah, so Prof. Twala, it's when a big brother introduces you and then invites you to address a gathering, it's nice, all right, but it's quite intimidating too. When it's your brother telling you to go and speak to a group that he has introduced you to, it can be intimidating. So I hope that, Prof. Twala, I hope that we sort this IT thing out quickly so I can hopefully do what I have to do. Yes, but let me also thank all of you for your time this morning, afternoon, evening. It depends on where you're joining us from, right? So we'll get this sorted out quick, and then I'll proceed to maybe address the conference, right? I'm actually a man on a mission. Yes, so typically I would come to a conference and do a keynote where I would be basically relying on my research, empirical studies and all that. But now I'm on a mission. And my mission is one, to get us, the built environment researchers and professionals, to begin to rethink construction, now as a platform for, proper local empowerment and proper, real sustainability, not just development, physical development. So I'm on that mission. And so in this conference, I decided, just I think 2 days ago, that I was going to carry that mission also to this conference. I'll not do my typical keynote address, but I'll address the conference on something I call when progress passes communities, right? When you find the development actually passes the communities that are hosting the projects, right? So I'm looking at us reimagining or, rethinking the whole agenda of research, right? So I'm calling it a research agenda for rethinking local empowerment and sustainability in emerging economies. This, from the team, this is a conference that is targeting the emerging economy. So I'll speak, from that perspective, not just from the perspective of Africa, but the emerging economy, right? So I'm still waiting to get this sorted out so I can control it from here. And I did this. Initially, I wasn't too sure about the number of minutes I was going to get, so I scripted it. I scripted my presentation because I'm so passionate about this. If I do this without a script, you may be stuck here with me for another 1 hour. And I'm not sure any of you is ready for that. So I scripted it, a script that should take me 20, 25 minutes. And then now here I have 30 minutes, so I can be a bit more slow. And then, yeah, we can have some time to interact on this. So the IT team, can I just have the opportunity to control this from here? All right, we'll still go on to a few of the, tangential issues whilst we sort this out. Yes. I also want to thank the chair of the committee and the planning committee members, Prof. Macaulay and co. I want to thank them for this opportunity. I want to also thank the scientific review committee. I'm sure there are numerous volunteers working behind the scene to get this right. So I want to thank all of them, and also thank all of you, the participants, both here in person and then our colleagues online. Yes, and also our distinguished guests and keynote speakers. Yes, I want to greet all of you, right? All right, we'll wait for that, but let me sort it out now. HDMI, okay. It's okay, control from here. And yes, I am speaking in this conference with my wife in attendance. Yeah, she's here with me, and yeah, the organizers, you have solved one of my problems, but created another one for me. Prof. Clinton, you solved the problem. Now I don't have to speak too much to my wife to get permission to go to conferences, but you have created another problem because she's asking me when is the next conference. And that means I have to find the money. But yeah, we'll find the money for that, right? Okay, so I'll proceed to just read my script as I indicated. All right, so I wish to sincerely, thank the organizers for the vision and the effort in convening this, I call it historically first global scholarship, right, for sustainable built environment research conference. Yes, I want to thank them for this. This landmark gathering is not only timely, but also a significant step in advancing knowledge, dialogue, and collaboration in the built environment discourse. Yes, especially that of emerging economies. Your light system is really powerful. I've forgotten I don't even have my glasses on. I need to now put this on. All right, so the dedication of the organizing committee has set a strong foundation, in my view, upon which future conferences can build. I think we can build, from here. And we all are enriched by this pioneering initiative. So yes, I've said thank you to all of you for inviting me here. But let me do this. Okay, great. Yes. All right, so I would also extend greetings to you from my university, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. That is where I'm employed. That's where I work, right? So we are the premier science and technology university in West Africa, established in 1952 and named after our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. KNUST is committed to advancing knowledge in science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development, right? With 6 colleges spanning diverse disciplines and then a couple of other institutions, it serves a student population of close to 100,000 students and continues to produce leaders, professionals who impact Ghana, Africa, and beyond. And I'm very confident to say this. All of the engineers and the planners in the delegation from Ghana, and all of the academics, the students and faculty from Ghana, I am sure are alumni of KNUST. Yes, definitely. And again, I can say this with a lot of confidence. The colleagues online, I dare say a number of them are alumni of KNUST. So that's the university I work for, right? Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I hope that over the next few minutes that I share a few things with you, we will all be challenged to begin to rethink local empowerment, sustainable development, especially emerging economies. I want us to begin to rethink this and not just look at ourselves as professionals, as researchers, but researchers on a mission to rethink local empowerment and physical development, right? The emerging economies, I consider them a place where increasingly we are seeing a situation where progress seems to be bypassing the communities. It is a tale of the developing economies. There's a lot of development going on, but it seems to be bypassing the people for whom we pursue these developments, right? So in this address, I will seek to, share a bit of information with you regarding SDG performance in the emerging economies. I would also highlight the health, safety, and environment paradox in these economies. I think it's interesting if one pays attention to what's going on with respect to the environment and health in these emerging economies. And then I would basically call for research and policy action towards confronting what I call this really strange paradox, right? So that's what we're going to be basically going through. Yeah, so a bit briefly on emerging economies and then our performance when it comes to SDGs. Globally, we are not on course to achieve any of the SDGs. We are not on course globally to achieve any of the SDGs. We are witnessing worsening, trends in hunger, the environment, and health. And all of this is amidst funding shortfalls and geopolitical, constraints, right? Emerging economies in the East and South Asia, notably countries like India and China, lead the way in regional SDG progress. They're doing well, but you see, it's driven largely by economic and social metrics. The progress we see is driven largely by these economic and social matrices. One can point to standout nations such as Benin in Africa, Nepal in Asia, Peru in Latin America, the UAE, Uzbekistan, Saudi Arabia, and Costa Rica, which have shown notable progress towards achieving the SDG targets since 2015. Considering our limited progress towards these, SDGs, considering how we haven't really made any serious progress, and considering the fact that we have just 5 years to the target, at the end date, the question rather we should be asking ourselves now is, how can we look beyond 2030? And I consider the AU's Agenda 2063 as an agenda that provides us with a unique framework. If you look at how it's been, looked at in line with the SDGs, then you have a framework that provides us with something to look beyond 2030. But I'll ask this question to you, the built environment researchers. How many of us really have looked at the Agenda 2063, AU's Agenda 2063? I am sure we do this. The professors in the house will tell you this. Virtually every student, research student, now, one way or the other is told to align your research to the SDGs. It's become the thing. You simply would have to do that. But I think as built environment professionals in Africa, we need to begin to point our research students to AU's Agenda 2063 and begin to actually do a similar thing, force our students. I don't like to use the word force, but I think that's what we need to do. We need to push our students to begin to look at AU's Agenda 2063 and align their research with this. And there's a lot in terms of how it marries with the SDGs, and I think we should do that. I'll come back to this. Now, Asia and Africa and other emerging regions face a massive $4 trillion annual investment gap when you look at the SDGs. Right, we see in Asia alone, there's less than 10% of measurable SDG targets that will be met if they continue the current funding trends. And if you look at the global sustainability-linked bonds, the bond market, it totaled around $3.8 trillion as at the end of 2022. And the interesting thing here, sad but interesting, is that only 15% of this was actually issued in developing countries. So I want to paint this picture so we begin to see where we are in terms of the SDGs and our performance as emerging economies. All right, so I'll proceed to just briefly highlight the built environment, health, safety, and environment paradox in emerging economies. We all know this, that construction activities in our communities continue to cause environmental damage, right, including air and water pollution, noise and vibration, and waste generation, right? And these things that disrupt daily life and create health and safety hazards. We know this, right? In the context of construction projects, particularly if you look at emerging economies, a significant and often overlooked challenge is the gap between contractors in the formal sector and their host communities regarding health, safety, and environment practices, right? Whilst first-class contractors in the formal sector operate with, technical expertise, regulatory frameworks, and industry standards, the surrounding communities, what I'm calling the host communities, you find that these communities simply lack basic health, safety, and environment awareness. And these are the communities that are close to the projects and affected the most by the activities of the contractors, right? So this is an irony. I consider it, one of the great ironies of our time, that the large sites operate under strict, standards, and yet the host communities live in conditions that reflect none of the knowledge that we find on the site. Contractors, you will see, possess the tools, training, and technical expertise to protect lives and the environment. You see that a lot. However, this knowledge, in my view, continues to remain within the site boundaries. It's seen to just benefit the workforce, the people we refer to as the people in construction, while the surrounding communities remain vulnerable to hazards that they did not create in any way and have no, knowledge or understanding of even these hazards. Now, the use of helmets and signage is commonplace on our sites. But in the host communities, there's a complete lack of health, safety, and environment knowledge. So this is the case. How can we justify really spending millions on health, safety, and environment training for workers when the host communities are unaware of how to handle common, if you like, basic health hazards? We find situations where contractors create a lot of dust and give their workers no nose masks at all. They create a lot of problems, find nose masks for their workers in some cases, then they overlook the communities that surround them. So you find the workers in the nose masks, and then the communities surrounding them have nothing to protect themselves against the dust. The socioeconomic realities of project host communities continue to be adversely affected by the activities of contractors. Yeah, these contractors, they cheerfully hand out bonuses to their workers when targets have been met. They celebrate, meeting targets. We find a lot of times the heavy machinery and equipment from construction sites producing significant noise, disturbing nearby residents and potentially impacting their health and sleep. However, you find that these contractors overlook this issue when it comes to the community. They give their workers earplugs, so they are protected against all the noise. But the noise is not going to stay just on the site, is it? So what happens to the community? They overlook them. And this is, we say, yes, development, we are developing, right? Another problem we see, and this is quite vivid. I have seen this a number of times, because I've been in this health and safety space for a while. On the site, when there are accidents, we know what to do. When a worker collapses on site from, for instance, dehydration, we quickly know what to do. It's reported, the worker is, hydrated, and everything is sorted out nicely. But take the same community that's hosting this project. When a little kid collapses from the same dehydration in that community, you ask yourself if the parents or even the neighbors, they know what to do. And a lot of times they don't know what to do. Meanwhile, we're in the same space. This is what I'm trying to get us to begin to look at, a picture that we need to focus on. Now we celebrate physical infrastructure as a sign of progress, but we neglect the invisible long-term infrastructure of safety knowledge, environmental stewardship, and community resilience. Our contractors are building bridges, but they're failing to connect with the people. And I want us to keep this in mind. Our contractors are delivering highways, but they're leaving behind a lack of health literacy. We are enforcing the use of protective equipment for workers. But these workers, and us, the contractors, we fail to raise awareness among families living near our sites. We make our projects very accessible to people with disability. It's something we are very conscious of now. But we watch our communities become less and less inclusive. So this is the paradox I want to challenge us as built environment professionals and researchers to begin to really interrogate. And this is not inviting us to go criticizing the system and ourselves, but this is me inviting us to look at how we can creatively, through our research and through our work, to begin to address the situation. And that's what I'm referring to as we reimagining construction as a platform for proper empowerment. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. And this is perhaps to tease from our researchers some sort of a new research agenda. So what if every construction project became a platform for shared mutual knowledge and collective responsibility? We must ask ourselves this question. What if every construction project educated and empowered its host community? What if health, safety, and environment did not just stop at the construction gate? What if contractors became catalysts for safer, healthier, and sustainable cities? What if beyond cement and steel, and we are very familiar with cement and steel, it's like our bread and butter. But what if beyond this cement and steel, contractors built communities that knew how to protect themselves and the environment? What I'm referring to as proper, sustainable communities. Now, construction sites, we all know, are in the communities. They are embedded in the communities. So I'm on this crusade because I see a missed opportunity in local empowerment and sustainability. So this situation calls for, in my view, transferring superior health and safety knowledge from the contractors, from the site, to host communities. And now we all know knowledge transfer is a standard practice in our discipline. It's a standard practice in construction. But the thing really is this. We've seen a lot of knowledge transfer within the site, right? A typical example is the transfer of hazard recognition and all that, right? We see that a lot on our site. We refer to that as near transfer. But my call is actually about what I refer to as far transfer. This is you looking at the transfer of knowledge through some social and non-routine activities beyond boundaries, beyond the typical construction boundaries that we know. So we're saying this, that while the transfer of explicit health, safety and environment, managerial processes and technology may not be, the thing, it may not be really, achievable. What, in my view, is achievable, and so my agenda is that the transfer of health and safety behavior, tacit knowledge to communities is very conceivable. If we tackle this intentionally in our research and in our work, we can actually transfer good safety, health, and environment knowledge from the construction site to the communities that would host our projects. And that is something I am very passionate about. I think that it is very ethical that we begin to think and act this way. And it's very pertinent. It really is pertinent. Now, contractors must not only employ workers from their host communities for their skills or workforce, but also they must deliberately aim to utilize them as agents of change, agents of proper, sustainable, and inclusive development. And that's something that we as built environment professionals must avert our minds to. So I'll move on to just share with you key points in what I call my call to action. Yes. And this call to action is my invitation to you, academia, to industry, and to governments to reimagine construction as a platform for empowerment, not just for physical development. So for contractors, I am saying that we must review the health and safety policies that we have. We must review them to include not just the company's needs and the health and safety of our workers, but also for the well-being of the communities that we operate in. Now, for procurement authorities, I'm saying that we must explicitly include community health, safety, and environment knowledge transfer and community participation in pre-construction activities in our standard tender documents, especially when we're dealing with major construction works. I'm also telling institutions that would basically commission projects, would host projects, would sanction projects, that they must also amend the relevant sections of their policies on contractors to include some sort of an obligation for the contractors to transfer knowledge to their staff through some sort of HSC education and campaign, and keep an eye on the communities in which they operate. And I'm telling governments in Africa and basically governments in the emerging economies that we must have the laws, and we must also enforce the laws when it comes to issues of health, safety, and environment. We must have the relevant laws, and we must enforce them. We must prioritize resourcing the agencies that are in charge of the enforcement so we can have effective enforcement of the relevant laws. I'm also telling the education authorities that we must begin to intensify our activities when it comes to training in health and safety much early in the lives of our community members. So you can talk about preschool stage, when young children begin to show interest in the environment. We must seize that opportunity to begin to properly prepare our next generation to properly handle the issues of sustainability. And I'm also telling local institutions like schools, clinics, religious centers, and the rest, that we must begin to introduce what I refer to as adult learning and informal education when it comes to sustainability. It looks like this discourse around sustainability is becoming too much for the elite. We need to bring this to the everyday person. And so going back to informal education and some sort of adult learning will be the thing, right? So I wouldn't take too much of your time. I'm going to make a few points by way of conclusion. And again, I wish that we pay attention to these points and have some sort of a critical thinking around them, because in my view, that could chart a new path for our research, which would collectively make significant impact in these economies. So my first point is this: in most emerging economies, superior health, safety, and environment knowledge is typically confined to construction sites, especially when you take formal construction sites. Now, local communities in most emerging economies are environmentally impoverished, and I say are pathologically incompetent on issues of health, safety, and environment, even though they continue to host major projects because these are developing communities. Health, safety, and environment challenges are significant hindrances to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So if we are keen to say we want to be very sustainable, we cannot take an eye off issues of health, safety, and the environment, especially for us emerging economies. Health, safety, and environment has a direct impact on our local and national economy in any form or shape. It has a lot of impact on our local and then national economy. Now, I'm also making the point that a policy-backed, deliberate transfer of knowledge So I come back to this. Yes, a policy-backed deliberate transfer of knowledge from the construction site to host communities is not only conceivable, but in my view, ethical and very pertinent given our challenges now. And then I make the point that emerging economies must reimagine construction as a platform for empowerment and not just for fiscal development. And here I want to invite us researchers to think about this. We continue to do a lot of research when it comes to these issues. But if our research is really going to make the desired impact, we must begin to think about working with the people in the community. Yesterday, we heard of co-creating the research ideas with the community. We must begin to look in that direction. We must begin to look interdisciplinary, and that's the beauty of the team for this conference. It cannot be just us, the built environment researchers, not us, the built environment professionals. It must be us plus other disciplines, those in sociology, those in education, and so on. We need that sort of collective research towards really addressing this situation that we face as emerging economies. And that's what my call is. We need a new research agenda, one that causes us to rethink local empowerment and sustainability in emerging economies. And we need this if we can avoid a situation where our progress continues to bypass us as a community. And so I invite us to really begin to reimagine construction, not just as fiscal development. And this is my agenda, and this is what I hope in this meeting, in this conference, we would keep an eye on. Thank you very much. Yesterday's program director is not here, so I did a lot of research to find Siabonga. And unfortunately, she's not here for me to impress her. But thank you, Prof.
Now, so don't worry, I'm going to pass the message to the program director, Siabonga. Now, actually, thanks so much, Professor. So what I'll do at that particular point in time, I'll just ask you just to give the professor another round of applause. So thanks so much, Professor. The professor is telling us about the call for action. So that's the way forward we need to look at, just going forward. So he's saying, let us build communities. Once we build communities, those communities, they are going to build a sustainable future. Otherwise, I think we're taking from you, Professor Kathy-Mitchell, is what you're talking about yesterday. Yes, you're seeing from there. So I'm just seeing the trend from yesterday up to today to say what we're saying, we're talking about building a sustainable future. I think at this particular point in time, I'll just ask the House, maybe if there are any questions that you want to ask. So I won't allow the wife to ask. Maybe the wife can be the last person to ask a question. Not for you to start, you'll be the last one. Okay, colleagues, any question for the professor? I'm seeing a hand there. Okay, there's another hand here. There's a third hand here. Where's another mic? Do we have another mic? Yeah. Okay, if you can just take it to the Dr. Lippert, then you come to the professor here. Is there any particular fourth hand? There's another hand? Oh, coffee. Okay, I'm taking all those particular 5 hands. And then after that, okay, it's Randy. Then you go up to Dr. Kofi Owes, and then you'll come down. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. So we tend to speak of deep thinking, rigor in academia, in the work we do, for us to achieve the research we seek to do. And I think, as you alluded, as as research professionals as well, I think that need is required also within communities. We need to be able to even go inside these communities we speak about in research and see what is really, really happening, to understand the problem to the level of what is there, not what we see from what we read. I think that's important as well. We need to see what is there. So if you look in South Africa today, there are three normal challenges that we speak of. There's your inequalities, job creation, and so forth. And I think I'll obviously start with a comment and then a call for question two to that. So with those three challenges, and looking at the recent, I was looking at a recent submission by, is it CSIR or NRF, where they were being questioned regarding, with all this funding they are giving these institutions, what is it exactly coming out of those research funds from a community changes point of view? And you got to realize that most of this is ending from a desktop research without us entering into what are the solutions in the communities that are there. There are different job creation models that we could enter into. There are different inequality models that we could enter into as researchers as well. But it's important to understand the environment at which you're operating. Very important. We can't really work from outside without seeing what is really happening in those communities. So I think to the professors, just to ask further to the call from NRF, what are some of the solutions, practically so, from a practical research within communities that we can implement and really avoid continuing the whole cycle of knowing the problem, analyzing the problem without really us entering in these communities and really solve the problem for what they are, to solve these inequality issues in the country. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. Just take it back. This Dr. Ows, you understand if you are chairing, you know, people, you can see people who are married and people who are not married. Those who are married, just say, they're wrong. I apologize.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. Local empowerment, everything we do comes with cost. As a quant surveyor, I want to know whether the cost should be embedded on the client or the contractor should also have its own role by supporting the community through this empowerment. As a contractor, should it be your contribution to the community or we should charge the client? Thank you.
Okay, you need to calm down here. Okay, you've got Prof here. No, here. And then the professor here. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. In fact, well done. You are really set a certain ball rolling. And as I was sitting here, I was thinking about how important this speech is. I remember they were constructing a road. I think they are still on it. And they've erected their hoarding. But I think the community doesn't understand why they've done that. And I think one of the instances, it even led to the death of a family because they didn't understand what was going on. So if the contractors or whoever is in charge will organize a DEBA and inform the people the pros and cons, the health and safety issues about the construction going on in their environment, I think it will really help. So this call of action is a good one. But how do we go about implementing it? And who is supposed to spearhead it? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I just give Professor down here.
So thank you very much, Prof, for the delivery. Still, with regards to the community participation of making sure that they are safe as well in terms of their health-wise. When this is being included in the tender document, how do the client or the contractor factor the issue of health with the beneficiaries, not necessarily the workers? We are usually, is the workers that is being priced on. But how do we account for the beneficiaries who are living in that community? Would that cost be with the contractor, or would the client try to support the contractor as well?
Yeah, I think, sorry, I just missed a bit. Yeah.
Rob, that was a very powerful presentation, and I add to my Madam Gladys question. You know, in Ghana, the various MMDAs, the assembly is supposed to enforce that there is health and safety and environmental policies are being enforced. But the question is, when the MMDAs are carrying out their own projects, do they make sure the health and safety and environmental policies are being done? Because you see assembly project, you don't even see any sign, but it's only the developer partners that you see GIZ projects and other World Bank, and you have all this description. And Prof said that we need to build infrastructure with the community and also build responsibility. And we will do that when we adequately involve the people that are going to be affected by the project. So how do we involve all sectors of the community? And always we select few, but going forward, it is the matter of carrying a lot along. As Madam said, if they don't know why they were hoarding, and it created a lot of mess. So how are we championing, educating the people to know these basic health and safety and environmental issues so that we can build a community and infrastructure which is more safer? Thank you.
The last question, because your hand was up, you ask the question, then after that, we'll ask the professor.
Okay, no, I don't think, thank you. I think the question I had, or the comment I had has been dealt with.
Oh, you've been covered?
Yes,
I'll
just
Oh, okay, Professor, if you can just come forward and answer, but maybe just in addition, I think in South Africa, the contractor, you price for your health and safety within your building. So, yes, are you saying now we should also price for the community? So now, yeah, I'm just saying your take. In fact, what would be your take on that?
Yes, I think your question, Prof. Twala, it ties in with the question from one of the questioners. I think the one around the cost, the third questioner. So I'll talk about all of that. Yes, but the first one, I think from Dr. Lifazi, yes, I think you've made the point, and that point should not be lost out on us. The bit about we go into the community and not sitting outside and defining the problem for the community. So we go into the community, we try and understand the problem from the perspective of the community, right? And you spoke about NRF and all that. For me, what I want to say as another leg of this, taking this a bit, another step forward, is the fact that it cannot be just enough to go co-create the knowledge with the people, but we must see how we transfer that knowledge to the people and ensure that knowledge actually impacts on the people. What I see with most of these funding agencies now is we are able to, we are smart people. These, construction or built environment researchers, we are very smart. So we know how to check that box of, community impact, real impact of your project. By saying, yes, we went to the community, we got the, problem properly defined with them, we did a case study in the community and all that. But what we don't do is really to see whether what we have professed as the solution is understood by the people. And then it's actually implemented by the people. And then do we even do follow-up projects where we go back after some time to see whether they understood it, applied it, and it is yielding the sort of results that we envisaged. I think that the last bit is where it's where I guess the conversation now is. We are good at co-creating with them, but we must also be part of implementing it, getting them to understand one, implementing it, and then ensuring that this thing is actually working. Some sort of monitoring and evaluation post the project. Then there was a question about the cost bit to this whole empowering the community, right? And I think that's similar to what Prof. Twala also asked. So there are two sides to this coin, in my view. So you would see from one of my call for action that government, so public procurement authorities, should actually begin to have clauses in contracts that makes it mandatory. So that shifts the cost burden to government. Because if it's mandatory to do this, it will be part of the what do you call the prelims in the bill. And so you will price for it, and the client, in this case, if it's public project, the government would take care of that. So it's not cost to the contractor. That is if government does that. If it's even a private project, there's also a call for project sponsors to look at this. And so once they go that route, it will be in the contract, the contractor prices for it if it's done, and then the contractor is paid. So that shifts cost away from the contractor. But again, the other side of the coin, in my view, is that contractors are, I was going to say we, because I am a contractor in a way. we think about corporate social responsibility. We give back to communities. But what we are doing by giving back to communities is, in my view, something that is not lasting. We go and build a school in the community. We go and drill a borehole in the community. That's our money. It comes for us, cost to us. But we do it because we know what corporate social responsibility means and why it's important. So we do it. So we spend some cost from our side as contractors. My call is that, can we also look beyond these, traditional CSR, interventions, and be ready to spend money. And in this case, it may not even cost us as much as these capital, CSR projects would do, to be in the community and to educate and mold the community. So we will spend, just as we spend on corporate social responsibility, contractors, and some cost will come from the contractor. But contractors are already spending. In my view, this would even make us spend less, but have more impact. An impact that is perhaps not reversible. If you mold the behavior of people in the community, you have done something that building a library in the community may not even be able to achieve. So on that score, yes, some costs must be borne by government. So the contractor is obliged to do it and gets money from it. But I think contractors also already spend on CSR. They should be willing to, have this other side of CSR. Then there was the bit about the Ghana example that my sister gave. We have tried this before in Ghana. We've had, especially in the road sector, a period where projects, and again, these were projects that were mostly World Bank funded projects, where contractors were obliged to implement some sort of a community empowerment and education platform as part of the project. And the road projects, they cut through so many communities. So before you start the project, it's a pre-construction activity. You engage all the communities that will be in the line of the project. You engage them on health training, environment training. So they go in there and train them on, HIV, AIDS prevention and the rest. Actually even distribute, contraceptives and other, protective things in the community before they even get in there. And so before they get in there to start their work, the community is fully aware of why at this stage of the construction, you guys, when you're selling by the roadside, you have to cover the food with this sort of material. Why, when these workers come, you can flirt with them all right, but you must have. So they do that, and they will finish the project and go, but that knowledge lives in the community, and you find that those people are a bit more conscious when it comes to this. We used to do that a lot, but the call is for us to revisit that, especially for building projects where the project is located in one station for a long time. Are we giving back to the communities that are bearing the brunt of all of the mess we are creating? A mess to create good, right? So my call really is this. The MMDAs, you see, it's an issue of lack of resourcing. The engineers in the MMDAs, the built environment professionals, they know the right thing. They just don't have the resources to monitor their projects and to ensure that the contractors comply with these things that they've already priced for in their tender document and actually have secured the project. They know it. So for me, the pull, the call, the advocacy here is to empower them with the resources to do what they already know. And you see, when the assembly itself is failing on this project, how does it then even have the, I was going to say the balls, but I've said it already, have the effrontery to even take on the private developer? So it's empowerment because we know what to do. We have the laws. Our problem is not lack of legislation. Our problem is simply lack of enforcement. And the lack of enforcement is because of the inadequacies of the resources we have, staffing, financial resources, and other resources. So that's the thing. So we must all join this crusade. I mean, we must make the necessary noise to get the MMDAs to do what they have to do, right? So, Prof. Twala, the cost bit, I think that there is a cost bit that will be borne by, or should be borne by, the project sponsor. And then there is a cost bit that the contractor, being conscious of the environment, should be able to take care of. And together, all of this is for our own greater good. All of us are greater good. We exist in the community, we the so-called contractors. So ultimately, we are contributing to developing a safer, a more empowered community, and not just chasing these matrices of checking economic boxes and saying we have this GDP, we have this, that, when we know for real the people are not empowered, right? So I think these are my answers to the questions. Have I left any question out? Yeah, the chair is here, so if he permits, then.
I think we can just look at outside. So I think in terms of time, we're just running short of time now. I think there's another engagement, so that we'll do. Yeah. I think at this pick-up point in time, thanks so much, Professor. So what we'll do at this pick-up point in time, so I was told when I was in grade 1, so a person can only sit down for 2 hours. After 2 hours, he must get a short break. So therefore, what I will do, so there's a little bit change in the program. So just for your safety, so that you live longer, what we'll do, you'll take a 5 minutes break. It's a stretch break. You go out, then you come back after 5 minutes. I'll go outside myself. I still believe in corporal punishment. Those people who don't follow that, I'll administer it. So then when we come back, what we'll do, we're gonna take the third keynote speaker for the day. And then after the keynote speaker, we'll have a award. Those people who are putting on 4 eyes on spectacles, they've been sleeping. They won't win any paper because I've been looking at them. All of them have been sleeping. So therefore, if you're putting on spectacles, you've been sleeping. So therefore, it means you won't get any award. And then after the award, then we'll go for a short break. So the tea break, then from tea break, we'll go to the parade session. So I think the change of the program is like that. So now what you need to do, okay, before that, so they say I must call. Hey, Professor. Okay, now the prophet says you want to give me a bag. No, I also needed the mic to say thank you for giving me this beautiful bag. And then Prophet is telling us, after every 2 hours we must, stretch, right? That's good advice. My advice is also after every 20 minutes of looking into your laptop, your phone, and all that, give your eye a 20-second break. And perhaps you may hasten when you have to use a thicker lens. So that's my advice to you. Okay, colleagues, therefore, your 5 minutes start now. Professor, no sleeping for 20 seconds now.
Hi, Doc, I can hear me. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Test, test, test.
Connected, so yeah. 1, 2, may check 1, 1, 2. Can you hear me when I talk on the phone? Okay. 1, 1, 2,
No,
may
it's
check.
it's not to speak in.
Okay, to get, yes, so talk from your side. I wanna see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're just trying to set up for the auditorium.
All right, that's great.
All right, thanks.
Sorry? When you speak on the mic, you can hear it. Oh.
Okay. Okay, in terms of people who might listen from here.
Yeah, listen. When he's talking, you know how loud it is.
Okay. So it's still in the morning or what?
Like 3 a.m.
Okay, 3 a.m. Okay, good morning, Doc. Amastako.
Good morning, Prof.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Mhm. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. Welcome. Yes, in terms of the keynote address session. So I'm the chair of the session, Professor Twala. So just welcome. So I think in terms of time, so what's the time that side?
It's 2:41 a.m. here.
2:41
a.m.
2:41 a.m.
2:41 a.m.
Yes.
3. Yes. Okay. No, thanks so much. We're just trying to connect in terms of our side. But what I will do, we'll ask you in terms of the keynote address. We are having 30 minutes. So what we'll do, if we can try just to be around that particular time, if it goes over 30 minutes, it's still fine. So otherwise, thanks so much for the opportunity just to address in terms of the conference.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Yeah, you can continue. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the conference organizers for doing such a great job. I was hoping to attend this conference in person, but because of travel issues nowadays in the United States, I decided, and my university advised not to travel during this time, so I was not able to make it in person. But I really appreciate the fact that the conference organizers really did all their best to make this happen online, and I'm happy to be here today to share some of the ideas and insights for sustainable built environment research that I hope might be beneficial to researchers in emerging economies. And I also would like to thank everyone for attending the conference and for listening to my presentation today. So when I got the invite to give this keynote speech, I decided, I'm originally from Ghana, also someone from an emerging economy. And I tend to also agree with Professor Edinira that majority or many of the researchers who might be joining online are alumni of KNUST. I'm an alumni of KNUST as well. So as someone from an emerging economy, and I've had experiences in developed economies such as Hong Kong. I was there to do my PhD, and I worked there as a professor for more than 8 years for all the time that I was there. And then now I moved to the US, also doing research in the same area of sustainable built environments or green buildings or sustainability. And I was thinking of how we do research back in emerging economies and comparing that with all the experiences that I've had here doing research in this same area. I think I can hear I don't know why, but I can hear the presentation again, some feedback. Yeah, but I think it's okay now. All right, so I was thinking of what information I can share here that might be some of the innovative insights and solutions that we are developing here for sustainable built environment research and also building performance and sustainability to be specific, so that researchers in emerging economies will start thinking about the approach of doing research we'll start rethinking about how to improve our research and the way we conduct research in emerging economies. So here, I will share some of those projects, and then we will see and have a discussion around how emerging economies can replicate or adapt some of the things that we do here in developed economies and see how we can implement them in emerging economies as well. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge my university. I work for the University of Washington, and I'm proud to say that it's one of the top global universities. It's been ranked among the top 10 universities globally in various international rankings. This university is also one of the oldest universities in the United States and one of the biggest, established in 1961. And we received the biggest research fund from the government every year than any other American university. And this is a ranking that we've held since 1974. And one of the things that we are proud of as a university is that 8 of our faculty members have received the Nobel Prize, which is a great achievement for the university. We have over 7,000 international students from over 100 countries around the world. We do a lot of undergraduate research with over 8,000 undergraduate research projects going on every year and participating in various competitions. We produce 40,000 international publications. And so these are some of the achievements of the university that we as a university is always proud of. And I work for this university currently as a John E. Schofferberger Endowed Assistant Professor in the Department of Construction Management. But before I joined this university, in almost 2 years ago, I was a professor at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So some of the ideas that I will share here will include some research projects or work that I did in Hong Kong. I was working with the Hong Kong Green Building Council on a number of projects, and then moving here in the US, doing the same kind of work, looking at how we can improve our built environment and looking at how we can improve sustainability and the lives of people, building occupants, improve the environment and the economy. So in my research, in my presentation, I'll spend a few minutes to talk about my research interests, some of the work that I've done in the past and what I'm doing currently in my research lab and some of my team members, both those I'm working with currently and those that I've worked with in the past, and focus the presentation on 3 main research works that we have done that I think incorporate some innovative ideas that as built environment researchers in emerging economies, we can start to think about how to implement or replicate the same kind of research projects or ideas in our own research. And with someone coming from an emerging economy, I think we've done a lot of research in using questionnaire surveys and interviews. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that kind of research is not a good kind of research. It's a great type of research that we do, and we still do, even developed countries do that. But the question is that beyond questionnaire surveys and interviews, what can we do next? How can we improve the kind of research we do? I've been listening to presentations in this conference, and yeah, for sure, most of the research that we are doing are still centered around questionnaire surveys and interviews. But the problem with that is that majority of those, or almost all the time, will come with a lot of subjectivity, a lot of findings that are influenced by people's ideas and all that. How can we reduce those kind of subjectivity in the kind of work that we do? How can we incorporate innovative technologies to improve the type of research we do? So these are the questions that we keep asking ourselves. Some of the research that I'll present here will include questionnaire surveys and interviews and case studies and all that, but will also include some kind of innovative technologies. And I call on all of us as researchers with smart ideas and smart brains in emerging economies to start thinking of how to incorporate some of those innovation and innovative technologies into our research. It looks like someone is writing something on the screen. I don't know where that is coming from. All right, thank you for getting that off. So in terms of research, I've been doing research on green building technologies, adoption and promotion. And I'm glad to say that most of that work that I did focused on an emerging economy, which is Ghana. And I looked at how to promote green building technologies in developed countries as well, including the US, Canada, Australia, and many other developed countries. I've been doing research on green building project management, specifically focusing on how to incorporate machine learning and large language models to improve cost and schedule prediction. And I'll talk about that work in this presentation in a bit. And currently, I'm largely focused on existing building retrofits because we are talking about how to improve the built environment, how to improve building performance. It's good to focus on new construction, which tends to be the major scope for emerging economies because there are a lot of new construction coming up. Population is growing, urbanization is improving and all that. However, we need to acknowledge that majority of the buildings are also existing at the moment. So how do we improve their performance? So I tend to focus on existing building retrofit in terms of energy use, carbon emissions, how to improve occupant satisfaction and all that. I'll talk about some of this work here. We do a lot of energy modeling and life cycle assessment and incorporating different technologies to do that. I'm currently establishing and leading a research lab that I call the Green Building Education and Research Lab. And in my lab, we use a lot of innovative technologies to try to improve how we conduct built environment, sustainable built environment research, how we analyze and understand the performance of buildings, and how we can improve the performance of buildings. So some of the technologies that we use in our research include laser scanners, include IoT sensors for collecting a lot of information about the indoor environmental quality of buildings. We use smart meters. We do a lot of case studies looking at various types of buildings, and I'll talk about some of them here in the presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge my research team members. If there is anyone joining this presentation that I have worked with in the past who is not shown on this screen, my apologies. This is not to show an exhaustive list of all my research team members, but this is to show some of them that I've worked with. And I'm also happy to share that majority of these researchers are all from emerging economies. And the reason why I'm emphasizing this is that I know some of the things that I'll be presenting, many of us or some of us might say, oh, this is too advanced and we don't have the capacity in emerging economies to do this kind of research. And I just want to challenge that kind of mindset and mentality and say that we have all the smart people, we have all bright researchers, we have good universities, University of Johannesburg, Cape Town, KNUST, all in emerging economies, and I think we have the capacity to do it. The problem is not having the capacity to do it, but the problem is thinking about and rethinking of how to do it. And if you ask me how to do it, I'll share some of those ideas and I'll make the presentation really brief, but if there are any questions around whether we have the capacity or whether we have the financial resources at the end of the presentation, I'll be able to share my insight about how we can overcome some of those challenges and do more innovative research in emerging economies. We also have the same challenges here. Sometimes there's lack of funding, there's lack of capacity, but how do we go about it and how do we get things done? And these are the insights that I'm happy to share today. So the first idea or research that I would like to talk about is the use of machine learning and large language models for improving cost estimate or cost and duration prediction in green building projects. And why did we focus on this kind of research idea or research area? We know that schedule delays and cost overruns are long-standing big problems in construction projects, not only for green building projects, even for traditional projects. These have been problems for so many years and we always talk about them. And I looked into the literature and found a recent study from Ethiopia, which is an emerging economy. And I was surprised to see that cost overruns can go as much as 248%, delays of about 802% happening in construction projects in emerging economies. And it's not only in emerging economies, this happens in developed countries as well. So this is to show that cost overrun and schedule delays are big problems in construction projects. And some of the factors that researchers cite to be contributing to these problems is inflation, inaccurate cost estimates, economic conditions. But the one I would like to highlight here is the inaccurate cost estimates and inaccurate schedule estimates. So the question is that all those problems or factors like inflation, economic change, condition changes are the factors or the risk factors that affect the project. The question is that when the estimators were developing the budget or when they were developing the schedule, did they take adequate care of these risk factors? If they did, then these problems will not occur. So it all boils down to the accuracy of the cost estimate. It's because the estimators tend to be too optimistic when they are developing cost estimates or schedules for projects. So there is that kind of optimism bias that is affecting the projects. And Professor Ben from Oxford University is one of the global researchers who has looked deep into this problem of cost overruns and schedule delays for construction projects. And it is widely established that the main cause of these problems or the root cause of these problems is the inaccurate cost estimates or inaccurate schedules that we develop for these construction projects, and not the inflation and all those factors. They do affect the project, all right, but if they were taken care of when we were developing the plans and estimates, there wouldn't be big problems for the construction projects. And in their book, recent book on how big things get done, they explain this problem in greater detail and provide suggestions about how to overcome them. And one of the ways that we look to do that is the use of machine learning, large language models to improve the accuracy of the cost estimates. That is for construction projects in general. When it comes to green building projects or sustainable projects, it's even a bigger problem because one, these projects have to address both traditional and sustainability requirements within the already tight budgets and schedules. And we've seen green building projects or sustainable projects having cost premiums of over 20%. And also, despite the high cost premium, having poorer cost and schedule performance. And research from Singapore by Professor Nguyen has shown that when they compare traditional projects with green building projects, about 32% of those green building projects in their research database had schedule delays, whilst only 15% for the traditional projects experienced the same. So this is to show that the cost overruns and schedule delay problems are bigger and bigger in green building projects. And they identify factors such as project size, project type, and the green building certification level being the factors that are leading to these cost overruns and schedule delays in green building projects. But again, the question is, did the estimate and the schedules take adequate care of all these factors? In the beginning of a green building project, we know the certification level that we would like to go for. Did we take care of that in the budget adequately? Did we take care of that in the schedule and the duration? If that was done, then schedule delays and cost overruns will not happen in the project. In a recent study that was looking at the factors that are leading to cost overruns and schedule delays in projects, 20% of contractors agree that estimates are the most difficult financial process to get right in construction. Human estimators are struggling with this. How can we use innovative technologies to help them improve? We've been talking about contractors, we've been talking about project managers, quantity surveyors, estimators. How can they use machine learning and some of those innovative technologies to improve the estimates? I talked about the problem that we are facing, but I want to assure us that there is a sign of hope if we adopt innovative technologies to improve the accuracy of estimates. We did research looking at different machine learning models, including support vector machines, deep neural networks, testing them and trying to find out the most accurate models that can be used to improve the cost estimate and schedule estimate for construct green building projects. And we found that machine learning projects, models can achieve about 93%, over 93% accuracy in cost prediction and duration prediction. These are some of the models that we develop. But as researchers in emerging economies, one thing we need to think about is that researchers, we have all the ideas to develop models to come up with research outcomes and research findings. But in construction, the problem is that even we, the researchers, majority of us are not computer scientists. We don't have machine learning expertise. How much more the industry practitioners, the construction professionals don't know how to use machine learning. So if you develop those models and publish them and present those models to them, it is of no use to them. So we need to think about deployment strategies. How can they deploy all the innovative ideas and the research findings that we develop? So we need to think about how to transfer the knowledge and the outcomes to the industry. One thing we do is to, after we develop those models, we try to make them easily accessible by converting them into web applications, simple web applications or mobile apps. And one of them is what you see on the screen right now. If you can scan my QR code on the screen, it will take you directly to this web application on your phone, or you can go to that website, and project managers, estimators are able to get access to this, and they don't have to know how to use machine learning. All those models have been built into this website. All they need to know is to provide information about their projects, like the area of the project, size of the project, and their green building certification scores that they are attempting or targeting to achieve. And this machine learning-based web application will automatically predict the final cost and the final duration of their project. And they can compare that to the human estimates to see whether the machine learning models are telling them there might be the possibility of cost overrun and schedule delays or not. And they make decisions about how to avoid this kind of issues. So this work has been published, and a current one that we are doing is we've developed large language models. I think many of us might be using ChatGPT, Claude, Microsoft Copilot, and all those great AI or large language models to find different kinds of information every day. Have you thought about how project managers or construction practitioners can also benefit from these useful AI models in predicting the cost and schedule of their green building projects? So we did this. It's an app. I've intentionally covered some of the information here because this is not published yet, but we have a manuscript that is going to be published soon about this idea. And project managers can communicate. They can talk to this app, and the app will talk to them back. They can chat with it. You give them information. And this is an example that I did. And you see the large language model, it uses Claude. So this app has over 32 different large language models, including ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, different kind of versions of different models. And this one was predicted by Claude and telling the project that this whoever is communicating with the app, that this project, based on the information you provide to the app, might cost about 160 million Hong Kong dollars. So all this data is from Hong Kong. But think about if we have the data that we use for this kind of research from South Africa, you have a Green Star certification system. If you have all the green building projects and you have their data, we can build the same thing for South Africa. And that will help project managers to use AI machine learning to predict the cost of their green building project. And it tells them there might not be any cost overrun for this project because there will be definitely an underrun based on the data that it has in its database. There might not be any problem with schedule delays and all that, but there are instances where the AI would tell the project, look, based on the certification scores you like to go for, this is what is likely to happen to the project. If you're interested in knowing how we went about this research, this is a diagram that shows the research methodology. And I would like to say that the first and most important thing we need to think about if we start to think about how to use machine learning and AI in our sustainable built environment research is data. That is why these methods are called data-driven methodologies. If you don't have the data, there's no way you can use them. So data is very important. We spend quite a significant amount of time to collect data on about 198 green building projects in Hong Kong. They are rating scores and they are cost and schedule information and use them to build this software. So think about in South Africa, you have, for example, you have the Green Star. If you have all these projects that are certified and you know their rating scores and cost and schedule information, you can build this kind of AI models easily for predicting the cost and schedules of new projects, new green building projects that are coming up. If you want to learn more about this research, this is a publication we did about it in 2023 that you can find all the information there, how we went about collecting the data, how we went about developing the models and what kind of models we did develop. And these are my recommendations for emerging economies if we are thinking of doing a similar kind of research in our part of the world. First, we need to have our own rating systems, and that is very, very important. And I would like to emphasize that I know certification systems such as LEED and BREEAM are trying to go international and rating projects across the world, but we need to know that green building is highly context specific. Every country, every economy has its own sustainability priorities that need to be considered when developing this kind of rating systems. I'm not a big fan of this kind of international rating system, so I always advocate for having our own specific green building rating systems. And I mean, South Africa is a great example with the Green Star. I'm calling all other emerging economies. Ghana, we still don't have our own rating system yet. And this is something that we need to think of and start to develop our own rating system. Once these rating systems are in action, then we need to start building the data set of all the rated projects with their green building rating scores and cost and schedule information. And once we have that, as I mentioned earlier, we can start to explore and identify the most accurate machine learning and large language models for improving the cost and schedule estimate for these projects. And one thing about machine learning and large language models is that they become more and more powerful if you give them more data. So we need to continuously train and develop and improve these models over time once more data become available. And then the most important thing is how do we transfer all those knowledge, all the research findings to the industry? This is where we need to think about easy to use and user-friendly deployment strategies. Build them into mobile apps, build them in web applications that industry can easily use without having to have machine learning expertise. And the next research or project that I would like to talk about is a project that we are doing to automate green building assessment. So think about, for example, South Africa, where you have the Green Star that is rating green building projects. Think about some of the problems in the certification process. Think about some of the challenges with the assessment. How can we use innovative technologies to improve some of those challenges? And I'll talk about some of those problems in the certification system. We've seen a lot of ratings going on, a lot of project owners, developers always bragging of their green building certification and all that. But I've seen a lot of issues with those kind of certified projects where they don't perform as they were predicted to perform during their certification stage or during their design stage. So why are this happening? And it's because of inaccurate assessment and all that, and I'll talk about some of those in a bit. But why does even green building assessment matter? Now, many countries mandate green building assessment or green building certification because of their sustainability commitments. Developers would like to go for certification, the financial benefits associated with better building performance, and the zeal to protect the environment and human health. All these make green building assessment really important, but there are challenges with the process. It can be very, very complex because it involves a lot of data concerning building performance, data concerning the occupancy schedules, data including concerning the indoor environmental quality, energy use data, carbon emissions, all this fragmented data coming together to help the assessment. And if we are doing this manually, there is always the possibility of errors in this kind of assessment, and it can be really, really time consuming. So what we think of doing is that how can we use innovative technologies to at least improve some aspects of the assessment and try to reduce the manual intervention and try to automate the process as much as we can. So in that kind of building performance sustainability research or building assessment research, we use technologies such as the laser scanners that you see here, mobile scanners, 360 cameras, IoT sensors, weather stations to collect weather information, gateways, and powerful machines to do analysis and all that, to collect the most important data that we need for the assessment by removing the human intervention and making sure the data we need is kind of accurate. So we collect real data and hard data from building management systems like what you see here. You see all the CO2 levels in the building, and this is something that cannot be changed by human beings because that is the ground truth of the building performance from the building management systems. We collect the indoor environmental conditions from the IoT sensors. We collect the energy bills. I mean, we all live in houses. We always receive energy bills every month. So this is the real fact about the building performance. We collect that kind of information every month from some of the case studies that we are working on. And we think about how to use all of those information to conduct research to improve the building performance and sustainability. If you already know how the 3D laser scanners, which are one of the key technologies we are using in building performance and sustainability research, that is great. But if you are someone who is new to this innovative technology, this is a short video to introduce you briefly to the laser scanner.
The newest Faro Focus laser scanner is here, a next-generation reality capture device that delivers faster scans and better results, all housed in the durable casing users trust. The Focus Premium laser scanner is built to withstand tough construction environments and is compact enough to go anywhere. With the all-new Faro Stream app for Android tablets and iOS and Android smartphones, project setup and scanner configuration is easier than ever. Scan structures and systems to capture the existing conditions as the first step in your BIM coordination efforts. Scan times have been reduced by an average of 30% when compared to the previous generation Focus scanner. Share scan data with remote team members and collaborate in real time to keep the project moving efficiently. Pre-register scans in the field with the Stream app so that you can leave the site confident the job is done. Upload and process scan projects in the cloud and share with Faro Sphere so clients and teams can make faster decisions with confidence. As always, users can rely on the captured data to verify structure accuracy and avoid construction errors, and keep all specialty contractors coordinated during MEP system installations. With the Sphere, Stream, and Focus Premium solution, you're ready to capture with confidence and connect your world faster.
All right, so the key information here is that this technology helps to improve the accuracy of data collection in the process of collecting data about building performance. And this is how we use it. We go to the building, set up the laser scanners, and within a second, it will collect a lot of information about the building, all the dimensions of columns, all the geometric information about the building that you need. Don't worry if you don't have as-built drawings about the building. This technology will give you all the information, and you see these point clouds here. This is actually one of the case studies, a building. This is called the Architecture Hall on the University of Washington campus. And this is the building where my office is actually located. This building has a lot of performance issues. It was built in 1906. That means the building is almost 120 years old. And this is the problem we see with all the old buildings that we occupy. Has a lot of issues. When we ask for as-built drawings, this is the kind of information we got. We can't even read the dimensions and all that. But once we go there with laser scanners, we scan everything, we get all the point clouds. You can measure the dimensions of everything in the point clouds. we use those point clouds data to develop accurate BIM models of the buildings. And then that also help us to build digital twins where we can monitor everything happening in the building, whether the building is occupied or not, air quality and all that. And the question is, how do we use this kind of building information models to automate the green building assessment? So what we are doing right now is to build what we call the sustainability assessing plugin software in these BIM models that we develop from the laser scanning process. And then we try to integrate all the green building rating manual, assessment manual. Think of the South Africa Green Star. They have an assessment manual where you can integrate into a BIM model and make sure all the information are available in the BIM model, and you just click a plugin that will calculate all the possible points that the project can achieve through the information or the design and all that information that is present in the BIM model. And this is to do it automatically and to give you all the information. And the main goal is to try to reduce the human intervention and improve the accuracy of the assessment automatically. And these are some of the interfaces to show the functionality of the plugin. There is functionality for project stakeholders to upload documents for the assessment and all that. And this is some of the publications that we've made so far about this work. So if you want to read more about it, the information is out there to learn and see how to incorporate or to do something similar in emerging economies. And just like I said, again, for this kind of research, we always need our own green building rating tools. We need to know the assessment manual. We need to make sure that our assessment is strict, fair, and accurate to reduce that kind of performance gap problems. And then accurate data and documentation is important. And the key point here is that we need to embrace innovation and collaboration. We need to accept the innovative technologies. Collaboration is key. What I do is that I don't have all the knowledge or the expertise in using all of these technologies. I collaborate a lot with researchers from computer science, industrial and systems engineering. So think about University of Johannesburg, think about KNUST. You have a construction management department, you have a computer science department. How can you bring all those expertise together and do this kind of research through innovation and collaboration? Funding is important, of course. I'm not saying all those technologies are cheap. They are very expensive. The laser scanners can cost more than $50,000 US, but you don't always have to have the laser scanner to do this kind of research. And there were situations or times that I didn't have the laser scanners. All you need is a 2D drawing of buildings, and then you can do this kind of research without huge amount of funding. But if government is willing to provide funding and financial agencies are willing to provide funding, that is also great. This is the last research I would like to talk about, how we can improve our existing buildings. And why is this so important? We are thinking about improving sustainability in the built environment. We can think of new construction, which is great, but just like I mentioned earlier on, the existing buildings are massive. In developed countries, about 90% of the buildings that will exist in 2050 are already existing today. And it's the same in emerging economies. It might not be 90%, but still a significant amount of those buildings are already existing. It is more difficult to make the existing buildings more sustainable than the new construction, because new construction, you are just starting from afresh. So you implement all the green strategies from the beginning, but more challenging to do that for existing buildings. When I'm doing sustainability research, I try to integrate the triple bottom line of sustainability, which is the environment, economic, and the social aspect. So I look at carbon, energy, occupant satisfaction, comfort, and cost, and all that in this kind of research. And this is a research we are doing to develop decision-making models for net zero carbon retrofit. And if you work on retrofit, you know that retrofitting is largely a decision-making problem. It's a multi-objective optimization problem. So we do a lot of research developing multi-objective optimization models to identify those retrofit measures that can help us to achieve net zero carbon, save energy, achieve economic profitability, and also improve occupant health and comfort. We do a lot of energy modeling, and this is a case study about high-rise residential building we are doing. And when we are doing those energy modeling, we try to make sure that the predicted energy use is closer to the actual energy use of the building. So you can see that on this graph. And then we make sure the energy models are reasonably accurate before we proceed to the next stages of the research. These are optimization models that we've developed that help building owners to identify retrofit measures that help them to achieve net zero carbon on an annual basis and throughout the life cycle of the building after retrofits. And again, one thing I always think about is how do we deploy all those? We can't give the optimization models to building owners or project stakeholders to use. They don't know how to use them or how to run the software. So we always think about how to make them easily accessible and deployable by the industry. So again, just like the machine learning work, we've implemented these optimization models through a web application. We call it the Building Net Zero Carbon Retrofit Optimizer that help them to identify retrofit strategies to achieve net zero carbon in their existing buildings. And we have a publication that is will be published soon about this work as well. And one thing we need to know is that all these building performance and sustainability initiatives come with challenges. So we always have to understand the challenges first, try to address those challenges, and then see how we can improve initiatives. And one of the research that I did was to look at the challenges. I've done a lot of research looking at the challenges first, and then we address the challenges and see how we can do more innovative research. We always found that there are lack of government incentives, lack of policies and legislation that will help to drive all these initiatives. So, and that work was focused on Hong Kong. And so one of the suggestions that we had for the government was to improve energy audits. And it's the same in emerging economies. To be able to do this, we need to start looking at the existing building performance and energy audits to look at how the buildings are using energy, which areas we can improve in terms of energy use, carbon emissions, and all that are really important. And we need to provide regular education and training. And this is where universities and research institutes and educational institutions play a key role. And then the government has to provide incentives. So this is a 2025, just a recent paper that we published on the challenges to net zero carbon retrofit. And we have challenges on energy retrofit. And then here we were looking at whether large language models can help to assess this kind of challenges. So my concluding remarks to bring this presentation to a close is that we need to start thinking about increasing awareness of building performance and sustainability. There are many building owners in emerging economies, even in developed economies, that don't really see the need to improve the performance of their buildings. They don't know the reason why we are doing this. And of course, for developed countries, we need to focus on existing buildings because most of the buildings are already built. There's no space for more development. But for emerging economies like Ghana, South Africa, there's room for new construction coming up. There are always new buildings coming up. Population is growing and all that. So we really need to focus on new construction. Think about the embodied carbon. Think about the embodied energy. But we don't have to forget about the existing buildings we are occupying right now, which is impacting our health and impacting the environment and the economy. We need to have a culture of continuous monitoring of building performance using sensors, using technologies that give us the real building performance rather than relying solely on opinion of people that can be biased and that can be subjective. We need to first understand and address the challenges we are facing, which is really, really important. But the point is that I've seen a lot of research coming from emerging economies, South Africa, Ghana, already talking about some of these challenges and how the government can overcome some of these issues. So I think that the challenges are already known. It's about time for us to think about how to address the challenges and think about how to improve the innovativeness of our research and make that research available to the industry to use. One of the most important approaches we need to adapt is the carrot and stick approach. And the government plays a key role here. The government needs to provide incentives, need to mandate action, but they also have to provide incentives for doing that, because all of these things come with a cost. So if you mandate things without providing incentives, sometimes it's very, very difficult to drive this kind of innovation or innovative research ideas. So thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. And if you have any questions about capacity, about financial resources, and how to implement some of these innovative ideas, I'll be happy to address them and share my ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Scott. Thanks. Just a round of applause. So I think that, thanks so much for the insights. It's quite insightful. I think we need to bring you later. Maybe just need to organize in terms of a seminar so that you can be able just to give you more time. So I think colleagues will agree with me to say, I think in terms of the time, we needed just to have of some more time. So otherwise, from my side, Doc, thanks so much for your time. So I think now we need to move into the next session. So otherwise, so on behalf of the organizers, so we just thank for your time and preparation. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll move straight into the parallel session, but you can quickly grab something outside for refreshment and then just come back in. Room 1, same thing like yesterday, room 3 will be here, the physical presentation, and you'll feel free to join any of the virtual rooms. We still have those rooms in the other side there. You can just join them and listen to the presentations online. But the physical session for today will be holding in this room. And just a quick one. Lunch will be served by 1:50. So immediately after this first session, please make your way up to the refreshment area upstairs for lunch from 1:50 to 3. Then we'll go back to the next parallel session. Then by 5:30, when we finish session 5, we'll be having the best paper awards announced. So please, immediately after that session, can you please make your way back to this main auditorium where we'll be having the closing ceremony and then best paper award. Thank you very much.
Those online.
Yeah, and those online also, please make sure you join by 5:30 for the best paper awards. Thank you very much.
Right now also.
Okay.
No. No, that's one I'm sharing.
For the presenters.
Yes.
They need
No. You have to be universal laptop that, and it must be connected on because you are registered online. Yes. Okay. Yeah. You have to. Yeah, and the plug. Can remove one of that. Yes, there you go. Huh? It's hey, but Emily, you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I please ask any of the scheduled presenters to please have their presentations set up here? Who's? You will. Give it to him. Which one is yours? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Lungi Maseko from Wits University. This session is under the construction and project management stream. And the papers to be presented today focus on the advanced sustainable construction practices. And just to save time, I would have flip the script, start from the bottom. So please, Mpho, I will have Mpho Ndou presenting the assessment of assess the influence of environmental dynamics on indoor air quality in South African public universities. That's about the bottom. Yeah. Okay, let me just. Each presenter is allocated 15 minutes tops, and since they've instructed us that we must adhere to the program, please, 10 minutes presentation and 5 minutes discussion and questions.
Let's see. We can get into the session. Okay. What will you do? What is it? Yeah. Is it fine now? Right, can I begin?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. To the guest in present and the guest online. Welcome to today's session in continuation of day 2 of the Shore Build conference. My name is Umpondo, as earlier on introduced. I'll be talking about the assessment of, or the influence rather, of environmental dynamics on indoor air quality within public universities in South Africa. Now, for our content, we'll just look at a brief introduction as to what is indoor air quality for those who might not know, and then just going to the body of knowledge. What has literature said about it? And then where are we now when it comes to the discourse of environmental quality and broad? Then thirdly, we'll look at research methodologies. What are the methodologies which have been implemented by the study, and then how were they adopted? Then from there, we'll go into the findings of the paper and then draw some discussions, like from the main findings, what can we take away practically with you and I sitting here today? Then from there, we'll draw conclusions. Now, the problem really simply emanates that when we talk about poor air quality or poor health, we usually talk about the things of learning, productivity, within a university setting. So given this current room where we are sitting here today, if we were to switch off the AC, that's how I best describe indoor air quality. If I were to switch off the AC now, after a few minutes, depending on your tolerance level and depending on your geographical climate conditions where you come from, you would start reacting differently. Continue. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So yeah, as I was saying, so depending on where you come from and your tolerance level, you might start behaving differently. So that is what I mean by poor indoor air quality. So it's the failure just to have some form of regulatory system that governs our air quality. Then from a context perspective, now since the study is based primarily in South Africa, there's a lot of challenges which face our institutions that we are currently in. So the first one, we talk about aging buildings. It's no secret that most developing countries within the African context, their buildings are reaching end of life. So that's the first challenge that we're facing. Second challenge we're facing is the issues of ventilation. So as much as there is technologies of HVACs and all of these ventilation systems, the question is cost at times, and then secondly is power. There's other countries where power is a challenge, so they revert to conventional ways of ventilation, your windows and your doors. So that's another challenge. And then lastly, when it comes to legislation of indoor air quality, within the South African context that is, there is no specific legislation that governs how we should govern when it comes to indoor air quality, especially from a higher educational institution. Now, the gap for this study particularly is to address the issues of indoor air quality from a developing context. So if you go through literature, for those who are abreast with the research field of environmental science, most of the literature and the discourse is within a developed setting. However, we find ourselves in a developing setting where there's little or no research or knowledge when it comes to such discussions. And then secondly, most studies when it comes to the field of indoor environmental quality as a general has focused primarily on students, and no attention has been given to staffs and administrative staff who work tirelessly day and night to make sure that the functioning of these institutions are running. So that's where the gap comes in. And then from the aim
Based on those particular offsets, then the aim of the study was to examine how can environmental dynamics influence the management of indoor air quality within higher educational institutions. All right, so from the body of knowledge, it was highlighted that when it comes to indoor air quality, there's a lot of there's critical determinants that are key when we trying to understand this particular phenomenon. Firstly, we talk about evidence. So literature has revealed that there is a lot of evidence that links poor or improved indoor air quality together with cognitive function. They've also linked this with absenteeism. So we talk about the issues of sick building syndrome. So indoor air quality does influence from that perspective. And then generally, we talk about institutional effectiveness. So there are state-of-the-art institutions that harbor a space of teaching and learning. So depending on how that space is, you might generally get a positive performance from the audience or the class or vice versa. Then from an international legislation, there is two main legislation that are known. We have the ASHRA, which is an American standard, and then we have the WHO, which is the World Health Organization. So these are the current two guidelines which benchmark generally what sort of acceptable levels of indoor air quality should be there. So when it comes to the South African context, however, we cannot really transfer the recommendations because we have a different geographical setting, we have a different climate condition. So the question is now, how do we now make our own bespoke guidelines to ensure that we also have adequate quality? And then other factors of indoor environmental quality, not only focusing on air, we talk about light, we talk about sound and noise, which is primarily not the scope of the study. Now, from a research perspective, a post-positivism philosophical stance was adopted, which influenced the quantitative nature of this particular study. Now, in terms of population and sampling, a purposeful random sampling technique was selected, and then the target audience was academic staff and administrators, and then now this was collected throughout all 26 institutions within the South African space. Now, just to get the sample size, we've adopted, or the study adopted, a Confrench formula, which assumed a 90% confidence level and a 7% marginal of error. So that's where we got to a sample size of 413. And then the study was able to collect 51% response rate. Now, in continuation, the data collection instrument that was used was a structured questionnaire survey, which simply seeked together two aspects. So the demographics of the respondents together with their perception of the environment they find themselves in. Now, for data processing, a Quebec alpha was used just to ensure that the data was valid, and a 0.70 Quebec alpha was found, significant for the study to proceed. From a data analysis perspective, we used SPSS version 30 just to gather descriptive and also inferential statistics. So inferential statistics explored exploratory factor analysis, and then we also did an H-test from the group just to get a difference. That is there a significant difference when you're looking at male or female respondents when it comes to their perceptions. Now, this is just the data, just to summarize. On your left-hand side, you'll be looking at the demographical data, male, female, age, workstation setup, just to gather an understanding of these academics and administrative staff. What sort of work positions are they working in? Is it an open, is it a cubicle system, or is it an office setup? Then in terms of your statistical data, we were able to interrogate 13 factors or perceptions which were tested amongst the respondents. And then the top two were outdoor pollutants and air temperature. So what that means is that most academic staff and administrators mentioned that air temperature really affects how they perform within their day-to-day function. And then the least factors which were highlighted focus on geographical location. And then lastly, the period of exposure. So what that last point simply means is that no matter how long they can stay in a space, that really didn't affect them that much. However, the air temperature they experience influenced their perception on their indoor air quality. Now, from a data sustainability perspective, just to ascertain that data
was reliable for publication, we used the KMO, which gave us 0.85. That simply meant that the data was acceptable when it comes to adequacy of sampling. Then we also look at the X-square or the chi-square that also gave us a data appropriateness for EFA, which is inferential factor analysis. Then from a model output, what the EFA did or simulated that you'll see in the subsequent slide, it showed us 3 principal components that we can further use to discuss the way forward when it comes to indoor air quality. Then from a cumulative perspective, we got a variance of 57.1%. Now, the interpretation of all of this, what it simply means is that there are a lot of factors that influence indoor air quality management within an institution. It's not just temperature, it's not just geographical location, but there are various factors. Now, from a roadmap perspective, we find that there are 3 main clusters that we can use to try manage indoor air quality within our institution. So the first one talks about pollution control. The second cluster speaks about indoor air climate management. And the third one talks about context sensitivity. Now, if you combine these 3 clusters together, we might be able to improve our indoor air quality within our various institutions. Now, from a conclusion perspective, is that the question when it comes to such data is that, okay, fine, what happens beyond technology? We have these technologies, we have this advanced air quality management system. So what else can we do? So from a practical perspective is that we need to now start understanding what are some of the daily use patterns of individual users. And then secondly, we also need to link themes under this particular solution. So the first one talks about built environment conditions, which is what the study tried to explore. Secondly, we talk about human exposure. So depending on how exposed the indoor air occupant is, that will determine how they experience their indoor air quality. And then also from a socio-environmental dynamic perspective, there are a lot of factors that we can also look there that influence some of the perceptions these particular respondents gave us. Then from an institutional level, we talk about the issues of cultural change. And then also we talk about the issues of policy. So very few institutions when conducting the study had some form of policy of AC. It's always an argument as to what is the ideal temperature. Is it 16 degrees? Is it 23 degrees? So having that particular policy might help in trying to steer guard some form of guideline. And then lastly, maybe for future research, we might also maybe look into student perspective, because this particular study only looked at academic staff and administrators. And then also when it comes to air quality as a general, it's quite important to understand that we cannot only look at indoor air quality in isolation. As I mentioned, it's a spectrum of factors influencing how we can better manage our institutions. And I think in lieu of time, I'll just park there for further deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mpho. This study actually evaluated how environmental factors affect indoor air quality and how these can impact health and comfort of the staff members within different universities. So any questions from our audience? Going once, going twice. Okay, we have a question there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mpho. I enjoyed your presentation. Your slides were quite graphical and easy to follow. However, I got excited when I saw your outline. You had body of knowledge there. And then when we got into the slide, I didn't see the sources. So when you say body of knowledge, it means you're referring us to what is established already, right? And it would be good to know how recent or how outdated otherwise those body of knowledge sources come from. I don't know if you deliberately removed that for space in your slide or something.
All right. Thank you for that question. So I did deliberate when preparing the presentation. Then due to the presentation size and then also being graphical, I've omitted literature because it's also included as part of the actual paper, which will be published. But just to answer you, when doing the study, we ensured that at least the oldest literature that we have was at least 8 years old. So from my knowledge, it's 8. So if in 2015 now, the oldest literature, if I can put it without going into history of indoor equality, was around about 2016. So that's how old it is. So I just didn't want to include the literature and references there. Thank you for that.
Okay, we have another question.
No, thanks. Great presentation, Doc. I just want to ask, out of curiosity, I read somewhere that actually the air quality within this space is actually 20 times polluted than the one outside. I just want to get your insight into that, is that so? And then maybe subsequent to that, just linking the air quality to maintenance of the buildings, if according to you, is there any relation there? Thanks.
All right, thank you for the question. So maybe to answer the first one, it depends on a lot of factors. Your indoor air quality might be 20 times higher than your outdoor, depending on maybe factor number one. If you're around an industrial area, so industrial area would emit fumes. So if you are in a space around there, our indoor air will be influenced by those fumes. But let's talk about the space that we are in currently. So the only building surrounding us is high traffic jams from the Auckland Park area. And then there's a decommissioned Igoli gas plant, which does emit some form of SO2 and NO2, but it won't affect us much. What really affects us much indoor as we're sitting now is the carbon dioxide we are breathing out. However, the AC or the AC system that is here is trying to combat that. So I would say it's depending on where the building is, geographical locations, and so forth, but there is a relation. And to answer your second question, there is a high correlation between your indoor air quality and facilities management. So part of the recommendations of the study was just to retrofit some form of smart meters or smart monitoring systems. So these monitoring systems can be used by facility managers just to understand what is the air quality within different buildings. So let's say this was a critical server room where there was IT infrastructure. Having an indoor air quality monitoring sensor would help a facility management if there was a gas leak. So that particular sensor can detect and then send a warning that in this particular area, there is a gas leak. So facilities management team can act swiftly. So there is a correlation. However, we need to interrogate or integrate the technological side of the study. Yes, thank you for that question.
Thank you so much, Paul. We've reached, 16 minutes. So thanks so much. Our next, since I said we're starting from the bottom up, our next speaker will be Olatoyeshe Oni, speaking on integrating sustainability to enhance health and safety practices.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the system protocol. I'm Olatoye Oni, and I'm here to present research titled Incorporating Sustainability into Health and Safety Practices to Enhance Health and Safety Practices in Construction Industry in Malaysia. So going by the introduction, just like in every other country, in Malaysia, construction industry contribute maximally to the development of the economy, as it also employs a greater percentage of the population. This may be due to the nature of a construction industry, because construction industry is responsible for the development of infrastructural projects. And the development of these projects requires a lot of people working together to achieve a common goal. So notwithstanding the contribution of the construction industry to the economy, the industry is still faced with challenges of accident. According to the statistics from the Department of Occupational Safety in Malaysia, record shows that over the years, construction industry record the highest number of casualties compared to other industry in Malaysia, which is a very big challenge and requires an urgent action. Though various researchers have been trying to solve this problem by looking at how to improve health and safety over the years. So there are so many researches that has been done around health and safety in Malaysia, but there is still a gap in incorporating sustainability into health and safety in order to enhance health and safety. So therefore, there is need to incorporate health and safety into sustainability into health and safety. Therefore, the aim of the research is to examine the significance of incorporating health and safety, sustainability into health and safety to see how sustainability can actually improve health and safety practices in construction sites. So in order to achieve our aim, the following hypotheses were tested. The 3 dimensions of sustainability were used to check if these 3 dimensions actually have any impact on sustainable health and safety practice. So the first hypothesis is to check the economic dimension of sustainability, while the second hypothesis was to check the environmental dimension of sustainability, and the third hypothesis was to check the social dimension of sustainability on sustainable health and safety practice. So the literature went through, we examined the critical success factors for sustainable practice. This was to enable us to develop a questionnaire. So why we examine different literatures so that we are able to get all the points that we use to develop the questionnaire, and lack of sustainability framework was also examined, and the lesson from developing nations was also reviewed. So the method used, we use a quantitative design or approach for the study, and a structured questionnaire survey was also developed. The questionnaire were developed into 2 parts, where part A was to gather the information about the demographic information of the respondent, and the part B was to check the knowledge of was to rate the respondent's opinion on the critical success factors of sustainability practices. And the respondent were to rate on a 5 Likert scale. And a convenient sampling method was used for this study, where the population were the construction professionals in Malaysia, and 150 responses were gotten at the end of the deadline. And to analyze our data, we use SPSS was used for the analysis. SPSS value 28 was used to reduce the number of factors, because actually from the literature in our environmental factor, we have 11 factors. So we need to reduce these factors for the smart PLS. And similarly, our social factor, we have 28 factors, and our economic factors, we have 29 factors. So all these factors were reduced using factor analysis. And Smart PLS 4.2 was also used to develop the model for the study. So the result shows that 84.8% of the respondents has construction experience, more than 5 years in construction work, which is an indication that they already have adequate knowledge and they have enough experience about accident on construction site, which make them eligible to fill the questionnaire correctly. Similarly, looking at their degree and their educational level, we see that 75% of the respondents has more than degree. They have degree and higher degree. So it also increase the confidence in their responses because of their level of education. So the result shows that for our measurement model, after the factor analysis, the measurement model shows that the AV, average variance extracted, shows that all the factors were more than 0.5, which is the threshold for the validity. And similarly, the composite reliability shows that all the components were greater than 0.7 threshold, and all the factor loading were also greater than 0.7 threshold. This enables us to proceed to the structural model. And the result of the structural model shows that the T value and the P value shows that all the 3 dimensions of the sustainability were all significant, which implies that all the 3 dimensions has a positive impact on sustainable health and safety practices. So going by discussion, if we look at the environmental sustainability, looking at the impact of environmental sustainability on health and safety practice, environmental sustainability, it encourages the use of eco-friendly materials on construction sites, and the use of eco-friendly materials reduces the chances of health challenges such as inhaling gases that emit from non-eco-friendly materials. And this also improve the quality of life of the workers and the people around the construction site. This also encourages waste minimization because environmental sustainability, it encourages the reuse of materials and recycling of materials. So this minimizes waste on construction site, and as a result of that, it enables a cleaner work site, which makes the construction workers to be safer on site. Then the economic sustainability now, it encourages investment in personal protective equipment and other safety gears. When a worker is being protected on site, when a worker is being provided by adequate PPE on site, it reduces the impact of accident. If there is any form of accident, it helps to reduces the impact of accident on the worker. So as a result, it reduces the amount of money that is being spent on accidents, which eventually leads to cost saving. And this also eventually leads to productivity, because when there is lesser accident on construction site, definitely the productivity of the workers will definitely increase. Then looking at the social dimension of the sustainability, it encourages workers' welfare inclusion when managers look at it helps manager to pay more attention to the workers' welfare. And when a welfare of the workers are being met, they feel more comfortable, so they feel more included, and it makes them to work more, and it makes them to improve health and safety on site. And similarly, training and communication, when there is adequate training on construction site, it enables the workers to be abreast of anything that can lead to accident, any form of, and the communication gap between the supervisors, when there is enough adequate communication between the supervisors and the workers on site, it enables the workers to be able to communicate effectively if there is any risk on construction site. And provision of safety and safe and hygienic workplace is also helps to improve the safety of construction workers on site. By conclusion, the study already shows that the 3 dimensions of sustainability, they are all important, and there is need to incorporate all these dimensions in order to enhance safety practices on construction site. So there is need to incorporate all the 3 dimensions of sustainability into health and safety practices on construction site. And the following recommendations were put forward. There is need to develop a sustainable health and safety policy that can incorporate sustainability into safety practices that we already had. And there is need to increase training and awareness on health and safety on construction sites. I think I will stop from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olatiyeshi. Your study highlighted the health and safety practices in Malaysia in relations to the ESG principles. Without really putting you on the spot, from Prof. Emmanuel's talk this morning, he said health and safety is the hindrance for sustainability in our communities. So I would like to know, is there like a specific cultural factor or leadership attitude that Malaysia has differently than we do in Africa?
Yes, I think in time of implementation, they were better than Africa, because most of the challenges that we face in Africa, it's not that there is no policy. The problem is in the implementation. So over there, the implementation is very firm. So they follow their safety rule to the minimum. So they don't allow, they don't overlook any form of safety. Before you can start, you can commence a construction work, you need to meet some safety standard before they can allow you to start construction work, unlike in our part of the world, where you can bypass some safety procedure and still proceed with the work until accident eventually occurs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Down here. The lady first.
Thank you for the presentation. First of all, I want to know the level of the research. Is it a PhD work or MSc or what? Then the follow-up question will come.
It's a completed PhD work.
Okay.
Let's start from a completed PhD work.
Okay. Okay. So the question is, you have some hypotheses, about 3 of them, but at the end of the presentation, is the hypothesis, are we accepting or what is the state of it? Then that will also encourage that moving forward, you should build on your confidence level, because you are speaking to yourself. And since we are here to co-learn, co-share, and co-adjust to situation, I will advise that you improve on your confidence level. On the whole, I like the graphics and the content. Thank you.
But the question that you asked him and the response that they gave indicated that Malaysia is doing well. However, your recommendation, you are saying that they should also develop policy. And you indicated that there's policy there.
Sustainable policy.
Pardon?
Sustainable policy, that was what I recommend.
They don't have sustainable policy there?
Yes.
Okay. Then my question to you is, with the health and safety relationship with the environmental sustainability, you made mention about waste, minimization of waste, eco-friendly. I didn't read anything about issues about disease, how this environmental friendly sustainability can reflect on minimizing disease. Yeah, that's what I was thinking your health and safety would probably link to, rather than minimizing waste. I want to see the connection between health and safety. Thank you.
Can I respond? Thank you so much for the question, sir. If you look at the slide critically, there was an area where we talk about how health and safety, sustainable health and safety actually improve the hygiene of the workers. Looking at health and safety, environmental sustainability, for instance, we said reuse of use of eco-friendly materials and the reuse of recyclable materials. All this minimizes environmental pollution, which at the end improve the health of the workers invariably. Thank you. The hypothesis, sorry, all the hypothesis was actually accepted in the main paper. It was not just projected in the presentation, but all the hypotheses were accepted. That was actually we already have a significance of 0.0 in all the hypotheses. So all the hypotheses were accepted. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Presenter, there's a question online that says, which application was used to develop the model?
Smart PLS 4.2, yes. I already made mention of that in the methodology.
Thanks for the presentation. And yeah, I think the previous comment already spoke about the confidence level and how you went about the presentation. I'm not going to highlight that. A couple of observations for me. Maybe you can take note. Is there a particular reason why you adopted convenient sampling for this study?
Yes.
Considering that it's a PhD, I didn't want to mention that until you highlighted it was for PhD, so you need to clarify that. And yeah, your hypothesis testing, that didn't really come out clearly. But very importantly for me, when you do structural equation modeling, you can't deny your audience the graphics that shows what is impacting what in your model, which goes back to your hypothesis testing. So that is completely missing from the study. And you're saying this is a completed PhD work. I don't know if it's submitted already. So you need to show us that graphics telling us from the first objective, from the first hypothesis to the last one, what is impacting what and what results we're getting to. Thank you.
Thank you for the observation. Let me start from the last comment. On the graphics, actually there was a limitation for the conference in terms of pages. So it does not allow to include all the graphics. The graphics already show the Meilman, for the Meilman model. Before we proceed to the structural model, there was a graphic showing the connections of the endogenic and the endogenic factors and the homogenic factors before we proceed to the structural model, which is showing the T value and the significant P value for the structural model. So it's actually part of the study, but it was not included in this based on space limitation. Sorry, what was it? Okay, on convenient sampling, sorry. Convenient sampling was used because there was no adequate information about the respondent. So a convenient sampling was adopted for this study because there was no adequate information regarding the respondent. So this was supported using the central limit theorem that says that a minimum of 30 responses is required for an analysis. So we believe that 158 responses is adequate for this study. Thank you.
Yeah, just a 30 seconds comment, Chairperson. The work was done on in Malaysia rather, but the authors, none of them affiliated to Malaysia. I think they should check if the student rather affiliate to Malaysia institution. That would be better. Thank you.
That's where I did my page. Actually, there are so many other studies that has been extracted from this thesis. So in most of the journal article that has been published, we have the affiliations from Malaysia. But since just not to continue using the same, the same co-authors, that was the reason why I have to drop them at this point. Yes.
You can't just drop people like that.
It's not a joint work, it's my work actually.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, you can sit. Thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker will be Shadrach Karombi on the implementation of the energy efficiency policy during the construction phase. Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Good afternoon, friends and colleagues, and fellow learned friends. My name is Shadrach Karombi, and I am from Wits University, and today I will be presenting the research on the evaluation of the implementation of energy efficiency policy during the construction phase on behalf of my colleague, Ms. Rumbidzai Mbandu, and my supervisor, Dr. Lungi Maseko. Globally, the construction sector accounts for about 36% of final energy use and about 39% of carbon dioxide emissions. South Africa's contribution is greatly dependent on the degree of electrification, the level of urbanization, as well as the amount of building area per capita and our climatic conditions. Also relating to climate change. Therefore, there is a need for, or rather an urgent need for energy efficiency in our building spaces. The energy efficiency of buildings refer to the extent to which its energy consumption per square meter aligns with established building codes or benchmarked under defined climatic conditions. Although South Africa has made legislative milestones and provisions for energy efficiency measures since the early 2000s, effectiveness only came after the 2010 World Cup. And this focused on the principles of energy conservation and sufficiency, which then complements efficiency. However, the problem then is energy efficiency regulations included in approved drawings by designers or architects, which are design professionals, and are these being enforced during the construction execution phase of projects. The objective is to explore energy efficiency policy implementation on site, and also to examine barriers and opportunities, as well as recommend strategies that would improve enforcement and adoption of energy efficiency. All government across the world have a critical responsibility to ensure secure and reliable energy supplies that support economic growth, and South Africa is not an exception. Hence, the introduction of energy performance certificates regulations, which then aligns with best practices that promote transparency. The International Energy Agency, IEA, stresses robust policy interventions across all project life cycle phases. Interventions like having integrated policy packages that combine minimum energy codes, performance certification, financial incentives, and capacity buildings have been introduced and have been implemented across the globe. However, although these are agreed initiatives and these exist, there needs to be systematic frameworks by researchers, especially in South Africa as an emerging economy, to bridge the gap between regulatory intent and practical enforcement during the construction execution phase of construction projects. So if we look at a couple of examples in terms of other emerging economies, let's look at Malaysia. For example, Malaysia has developed an energy efficiency award framework that addresses energy security, efficiency, and environmental concerns while supporting economic growth. If we bring it to our continent, we go to Kenya, we can see that energy management regulations in Kenya have created mandatory frameworks requiring large energy use to conduct audits every 3 years and implement at least 50% of the saving measures that are recommended. In terms of Nigeria, Nigeria's energy efficiency building codes set minimum energy performance standard tailored to a tropical climate. In terms of the methodology for the research employed an interpretivist qualitative approach to investigate how energy efficiency policies are implemented during the construction phase. And 15 participants across the industry, ranging from site managers, quantity surveyors, and design professionals were interviewed, and structured interviews was used. Snowballing was used to identify subsequent research participant. The data was analyzed using coding and thematic analysis, and NVivo was used as a software to analyze the data. And in terms of the participants' experience, we have divided them in terms of the design professionals and the site-based professionals, which are contractors, and we can see that the majority of the respondents or the participants have more than 10 years or at least 10 years of working experience. And in terms of coding analysis, key themes emerged, distinguishing energy efficiency from broader sustainability goals, clarifying that energy efficiency regulations focused on minimizing building energy use and demand through minimum performance standards. If we look at South Africa's SANS 10400, which was has been amended to make provisions for effective energy efficiency implementation across the project lifecycle, we can see that this regulation is intended to encourage optimal building orientation, fenestration, and shading. And this starts from designers, because the architects and design professionals will then stipulate all these things in the design. However, are all these things that the designers set out implemented during the construction phase? The barriers that we discovered in terms of implementation or enforcement of these policies during the construction phase was the limited involvement from government. We know that especially within cities, government entities such as the COJ would distribute a BI to a specific construction project to monitor or to inspect certain processes across the construction execution phase. However, there is limited government involvement in terms of enforcing energy efficiency policy. There's also economic constraints, which alludes to the lack of access to capital or carrying out energy efficiency project. There are also technical and non-technical gaps. For example, the green building industry is gaining momentum in South Africa. However, resources, including skilled professionals and manufacturers of green products and services, are limited. And then finally, there's also low awareness among professionals. For example, a specialized subcontractors, who is an electrician or a plumber or anyone who deals with MEP, knows their trade in and out. However, when you introduce such policies, then you are in a way forcing them to learn new trades or new expertise, which then might come across as a hindrance to their service delivery. Recommendations that were made were educational improvements in terms of curricular updates, CBD seminars. For example, at Wits University, before COVID, we used to get training from the Green Building Council of South Africa, and at the end of the training would be awarded certification, either as a new building, new building in rater or an existing building rater, but that does not happen. And in terms of cost benefit awareness, there needs to be a setting out of energy efficiency buildings, and to show that although initial costs may be high, there are benefits in the long run. And then in terms of incentives or bonuses, subsidies, such as in the Malaysian context, it is something that was recommended as a positive. If we look at the commitment from all stakeholders, then we speak about how calling for improved contractor training, clearer municipal inspection protocols, and better alignment of incentives with compliance goals. And then just from lessons learned from other countries, we do know, we discovered that Kenya conducts mandatory audits and institutional demands for energy efficiency expertise. And in terms of Nigeria, these context-appropriate codes, which speaks to the tropical climate, but there needs to be enforcement and training. In terms of the theoretical implications or contributions to academia, the findings of this study contribute to the theoretical understanding of the policy to practice gap of energy efficiency implementation, as they highlight the critical role of social technical systems theory, showing that policy success depends not only on technical standard, but on also on institutional structures. If we look at the practical implications of the research, we can see that there's improved capacity building for entire project, which then improves the team or the expertise of the specialized subcontractors. There needs to be development of targeted training, certification for contractors and site managers, as well as integration, inspection regimes, then incentives as well. Okay. And then in concluding, energy efficiency is essential for sustainability, and there needs to be a more structured and a more proactive approach towards enforcement or implementation at the construction execution phase, which should start at procurement all the way to close out. And then there also needs to be enforcement of SANS 400 XA and energy policy certificates in construction inspections. For example, not just issuing the COC once an electrician has done their job, but can they determine that they have implemented energy efficiency, hence the amalgamation of EPC in current COCs. Then government leadership and industry training is critical, as well as effective policy standards, disclosure, incentives, and enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shadrach, and thanks for stepping in. This particular study was to assess how effectively are energy efficiency policies being applied and enforced, specifically during the construction phase of projects. So any questions from our audience? Can we start? Oh, the lady, yeah. Wait.
Hello. Thanks for the presentation. I like the graphics. You know, here you have some figures and many information, but I don't know where some are coming from. There is no source, no references. So I was asking whether you manufactured those figures, because they are figures and they're supposed to be source. And there was one in Kenya. You have the rest you have references, but the Kenya one, did you manufacture it by yourself?
Oh, let me, before the introduction, maybe go back to the main slide. So this is, I am presenting on behalf of someone else, and because they could not be physically here. So I did not create the slides. I am not author. I am just a colleague.
Then
of
take the
person.
note
So
and give it to the person.
yes, I would do that kindly, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, go to where you have the countries. The first question is for the introduction. The moment you write figures, then it should have a source. So take that one. Then there was some countries that you mentioned, about 3 of them.
Yes.
2 had source. The Kenya one, I don't know. You should provide the source.
Yes, no.
It was the Nigerian one, no source. Then the slide to the conclusion. I have a question there. Here.
Yeah.
No. Go back. There is no numbers. So here, integrated inspection regime to do what? To do what is incomplete
So
statement.
as maybe I was not audible enough, or you could not hear me when I was explaining the integrated inspection regime. It was in terms of how building inspectors actually could enforce those policies.
Okay, but giving me this to maybe read is
Yes.
incomplete. Then there is another one. Go back. There was some.
You let me know when.
On the recommendations. Recommendation plus stand to be corrected. They said that it should be action oriented. But I think it's only one I see policymakers actively advocate for best practices. So when you come here, you say educational improvement, who should do it? It should be action oriented. Thank you.
Sorry, can you please just repeat your comment so that I can note it?
I said that with recommendations.
Yes.
You know, this objective is basically for recommendations. Your objective was to recommend strategies to improve implementation of energy efficiency policies. And with the general rule for recommendation, it should be action oriented. So for instance, if you take the last
Sorry,
one.
Action or action?
Action, who should do
Action. Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
So with the third one, I understand policy makers actively advocate. You get it? So I'm asking for the 1 and the 2. Educational improvements, introducing EE policy at grassroots. Who should do what?
Okay, so
is it the government, the private sector, or what? Thank you.
Okay, well, with the first one, in terms of educational improvement, I did mention the GBCA certification that we got at university level. So if that could be incorporated, but however, it doesn't happen anymore. So if the EE policy or EE aspects, which are there, could be highlighted and incorporated into those training, then that's what that alludes to.
Okay, thank you. Well, I suppose maybe for me, the sense of, I suppose the previous presenter and yourself, I think this is a learning process. So it could be that in the papers themselves, much of the references are there, but I suppose from a presentation point of view, because this is our only source of reference, we just need to have a good sense of the numbers, the citations, etc. But I think more than anything else, to those who are presenting, perhaps is to take this as a learning process in terms of presentation. And thank you for the presentation. Maybe the fault I can give you is that when you are presenting, you have to own it, regardless of whether you're the one presenting it. So I think maybe just the way in which you were, I don't want to say shrugging off, but when you're presenting, it is yours at that point in time, despite that it has been authored by somebody else. And again, it goes back to my first comment that we're all learning, I suppose, even in terms of presentation. I think there's a lot of scholars here that are very much established, but presentation is a different skill. Coming to the presentation itself, probably two things from my side. I picked up that obviously there's coding and analysis, thematic analysis that was done. However, the only results or even findings that I saw was barriers. Was there anything else outside of the barriers? Was there anything else a little bit more substantive rather than the barriers? Because I'm trying to think about the aim or the purpose for which the research was done. That's the first. And then I think the second for me, I like the recommendation about, I think that's what you mentioned, that there should be inspections done to basically ensure that the audits effectively are being implemented. My only practical worry, I suppose, is the fact that isn't that layering a little bit more on perhaps the burden already of inspection? And if not, how practical is it and how would it be conducted? Because I think COCs are already a good implementation point, but just to then look at the EPC, and I mean, EPC is still having a lot of challenges, I suppose, on its own. So to layer on another process, not to say that it isn't incorrect, but I'm just trying to understand the practicality. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Sir, your comments have been noted. Yes, and the questions as well have been noted.
Okay, our last presentation is on coconut shell ash as cementous material. Oh, Nkosi yami.
Good afternoon. I'm presenting this on behalf of a team. So we are looking at ascertaining the supplementary cementitious composition of coconut shell ash obtained from locally available coconut fruits in Ghana. In Ghana, we have a lot of coconut fruits along the coasts, and it's a main delicacy, something to quench your thirst during the day. So we set out to find out, this is the outline. So we set out to find out how we can be able to augment cement production in Ghana, because we all know that cement production accounts for about 7% of the total greenhouse gas emissions in the world. And this depletes the environment and contributes to climate change. So supplementary cementitious material offers a more sustainable alternative to cement. And whereas cementitious properties of coconut husks, the husks, when we have the coconut, we have the coconut, we have the husks. When you break it, the husks is that fibrous part, and then you go to the shell, and then you go to the fruit, and then you go to the water. So the husks, the fibrous part, has been experimented on for quite some time, but little is known of the shell, its properties, the shell. So this is what we set out to do. And the cementitious composition of the coconut shell ash is influenced by several factors, including the origin of the material and the material processing. So generalizing the supplementary cementitious composition of the coconut shell ash cannot be the same in all the countries. If you do that, it is inaccurate. So this study sought to compare the results with the one from Nigeria and Kenya, and making sure that we want to look at the variation in the elemental masses and composition. So the aim is to establish the supplementary cementitious composition, that is SCC. Anytime you see SCC, that is what it means, of coconut shell ash. CSA is also coconut shell ash, produced from locally available coconut fruits in Ghana, and ascertain if their SCCs are the same as those available within some national contests. And I said Nigeria and Kenya. So this is the theoretical basis. There's some supplementary cementitious materials are latent hydraulic and can hydrate in the presence of water, forming calcium silicate hydrates and other hydrates similar to Portland cement, according to Taylor 1997. Hewlett and Liska 2019 also found out the same. Thus, the presence of elements such as calcium and silicon is indicative of the potential use of the material as an SCM. Then pozzolanic reaction theory. Some SCMs are pozzolanic, thus contain silica and alumina, which react with calcium hydroxide and which are released during cement hydration to form additional CSH, improving strength and durability. And these are the sources. Thus, the presence of silica and alumina is indicative of potential use of a material as a SCM. So the methodology, the coconut shell was dried in the open air for 6 days to remove moisture and burnt at 600 degrees Celsius for 5 hours into ash. It was pulverized and sieved with samples passing through a 75 micron sieve. Then a sample of the coconut shell ash, 4 grams, was fetched for X-ray fluorescence analysis using the Rigaku Next CG Desktop XRF. And these are the results. I hope you see. It's very small. So the result indicated it was compared with those from Nigeria and Kenya. And when you look at it, you see that when it comes to calcium oxide, Ghana has the highest than Nigeria, but lower than the one from Kenya. And then it goes through like that. So the key findings, the results indicated the existence of resemblance in the SCC of the CSA in Ghana compared to those of Nigeria and Kenya. However, the concentrations of the aluminum oxide was 2.43%. Then iron oxide, 1.13%. Then the silicon oxide was 9.18%, where the lowest compared to that of Nigeria and Kenya, while the concentrations of the sulfide and magnesium and then the nitrates were highest. Signifying product with the coconut shell ash from Ghana as supplementary cementitious material are likely to behave differently. Unique to the study in Ghana is the detection of other supplementary components such as copper and zinc, thus broadening the frontier of existing knowledge on the SCC of CSA and its suitability as a SCM. So in conclusion, though there is a resemblance in the supplementary cementitious composition of the coconut shell ash in Ghana with that of Kenya and Nigeria, the presence of some elemental oxides such as nickel oxide and zinc oxide, which are known to enhance the strength development of cement materials, make that of Ghana unique, and any product thereof is likely to behave differently from that of what is known in Nigeria and Kenya. Thank you very much. So, and the last point, it also contributes to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals in Ghana, especially SDG 12, which promotes sustainable consumption and production patterns as it informs alternative use of CSA as an SCM, which hitherto would have been a waste material polluting the environment. Practically, it has unraveled the SEC of coconut shell ash obtained from shells of locally available coconut fruit in Ghana. This has implications for SCM use and policy development in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping the time as well. One question only for this.
I have to stand. If I this one, I have to stand. I wish she was the one presenting. But Madam has done well. Prof has done well. Prof, you have to disclose your discipline before we ask the question. So disclose.
I'm into biomaterials.
Eh?
Biomaterials.
So it's your field?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I've worked on coconut.
Oh, good. Okay. Then I can ask the question now. Okay, I think it's a good presentation. I was excited with your theory where you observed those two theories, silica and alumni, they were all contributing factor to the strength of the cement, and that's what we were looking at. But your results, the silica was missing and the alumni, and earlier on, in fact, on your table, I didn't see that, but in your word, the table here, I'm not seeing the silica. Or is it the same as sodium? Sodium oxide?
Sodium oxide.
Sodium oxide and silica is one.
I think this was imported from the main paper, and it was done in a rush yesterday. It just.
So you're not confessing now?
Yes.
That's what I wanted you to disclose. So I wanted to disclose. But I'm targeting my people, your cohorts, to come. Then you are also saying that you are there. Okay, I think that's fine. So because I was just looking at that in relation to the finding.
Okay.
Because what I saw is that your study disagreed with the theory, which is normal. Because in the theory, you were looking at those two components. But your finding, you said rather zinc gives more strength. But that is not what we were looking for.
Yeah.
So I believe that particular issue could have been, strengthened, and that would be good. But it's good.
Are you noting it?
I wish you are here. I will not ask any other question again.
Well noted.
Thank you so much. So sorry, ma'am. No more. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, pleasure. This session is done. We can all go for lunch.
All right, delegates, let's go for lunch. Excuse me. Let's go for lunch. After lunch, we are coming back. Please, let's go for lunch. After lunch, we are coming back to conclude. We are coming back to conclude on the afternoon section. We're going to have a session in this room also. Then after the section, we're going to have the closing ceremony. So see you. Lunch is upstairs. Yes, lunch is upstairs. Thank you. Let's make our way there. Thank you.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Are you ready? For Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on Disney+.
Let's do this.
One of the best Marvel movies of all time is now streaming on Disney+.
Hey, you weren't listening to me.
The MCU's new heroes are now streaming on Disney+.
Meet the New Avengers.
That's cool, man. Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on, you guessed it, Disney+.
Living wealthier is about experiencing more of the world. With Standard Bank Private, you get access to travel and lifestyle benefits and the cheapest Forex rates from Shift. Live a wealthier life with exclusive travel discounts.
Tingling and numbness, again and again, could be signs of vitamin B deficiency. Neurobion helps treat vitamin B deficiency at its root to relieve these symptoms so you can put life back in your hands. Neurobion.
Let them be strong. Run free. Pampers Premium Care Pants makes even the wildest moves possible with its stretchy waistband and comfy fit. Get up to 0% leaks so they can leap and play freely. Pampers Premium Care Pants. Get up to 0% leaks.
I wake up and it's there, the voice telling me to give up. I'll never give up. Slowmac. Fight fatigue and energy loss all day, every day. Beat your slump. Slowmac.
We're about starting the sessions.
Hello, everyone. We'll be starting the sessions now, so please join the various sessions you wish to participate in.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Right, those online, can you hear me? Colleagues online, please, you can indicate if you can hear me. All right. My name is Olusegun Anoluapo Oguntono, and I'm the chair for this session. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Built Environment at the University, Walter Sisulu University in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. So I'll be chairing this session, which is titled Sustainable Digital Built Environment. And we've got about 5 papers. Unfortunately, one of the presentations is not fit for this session in terms of how it was recorded. So we'll be skipping that presentation. But for now, we need to check whether the presenters are online so that they will be able to take our questions. I need to check for Yoga Regana Putra, implementation of BIM for structural modification, converting reinforced concrete structures to steel using robot structural analysis professional, Revit, and Navisworks Manage. Is the presenter online? Yoga
Yeah.
Regana Putra.
Hello, I'm here.
And Zufira Mirani.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so we'll play the first presentation now, and then after the presentation, we can take our questions. Thank you.
compromising alternative steel. But to RC steel over water connection, supply and better performance under factory for type 1. These advantages help accelerate timeline, reduce the demand, and improve overall affordability. This study such like Ambedkar, Westlander, Delhi, others, already strengthen the technical and economic benefits of the structure. However, focus on operation rather than self-conversion. With this limitation, and all the compensation from real public during the project, during the pre-construction phase. Then looking at component economy, evaluate the redesign as a whole, running structural analysis, cost, and schedule, then reflect real-world decision making. And also study the backbone our goal with respect to more about the different components in the method section. Now let's move on to the method section. Starting with the object of study, our research was conducted on the SD and F5 lateral using project conversion at laboratory for event model Padang. The link is a studio library of a floor of 1,350 square meters and 2 stories. Original structural design for the superstructure was the RC system. Your front used for the roof. Project was selected for our study using circular geometry and position functional layout, which made it suitable for structural system conversion study. The system to explore the shift to integral structure was driven by university expectation for the population without altering the building spatial configuration or structural design. The safety motivation that highlight the development of our research. Now let's look at our problem with the core of our methodology, study of women analytical stages.
The full construction timeline and compare the duration of each structural system. This entire workflow concludes with a comparative assessment which focuses on the cost and time performance of the two alternatives, provide a clear basis for informed decision making. And after we conducting the analysis using our BIM-based workflow, here are the key results and findings. First, the result of the structural analysis. For column conversion, we replace the original heavy RC rectangular column with optimized cell section, such as the heavy column 25, 20, and 35. This new profile was selected based on Japanese industrial standard or JIS, ensuring the maintain adequate load capacity while significantly reducing soft weight. Similarly, for beam conversion, we replace the RC beam with optimized wide flank section tailored to the demand of each floor. For instance, heavier section like the wide flank 600-300 were used for the second floor, while lighter section were applied for the roof slab beams. For the slab conversion, the original solid RC slab were converted into composite slab using the steel decking and wire mesh. This combination enhances structural efficiency and reduces the overall slab weight. The use of steel decking also eliminates the need for traditional formwork, which in turn reduces construction time. A major and direct impact of this reduced superstructure weight was the efficiency gain in the foundation design. The initial RC design required 272 points, but our analysis showed that the redesigned steel structure only required 139 points. It's remarkable reduction of 133 points. This substantial increase lowers structural construction cost and also shorten the foundation execution time, further contributing to overall project acceleration. Now let's see the cost analysis as shown in the table. In this table, the total estimated construction cost for RC structure was approximately 23 billion rupiah. In contrast, the steel structure was 28 billion rupiah. This represents a total cost difference of 4.6 billion rupiah or a 20% deviation. This indicates that a steel structure requires a significantly higher initial investment, particularly for the columns and beams. However, it is important to look at the breakdown. While the cost for columns and beams increased, the cost for the foundation was significantly lower, a reduction of over 23%. This is a direct result of a reduced weight of the steel superstructure, which allows us to decrease the number of required pile points. Now let's look at the final key result, the time comparison between the two structural systems. Or for the simulation, which you can see playing on the screen, dynamically visualize the construction sequence for both structures. The analysis of this simulation reveals a significant time advantage for the steel structure. The estimated total construction duration for the RC structure is 247 days, or approximately 8 months. In contrast, the steel structure can be completed in just 179 days, which is about 6 months. This represents a remarkable reduction of 68 days. This time efficiency is achieved through steel prefabrication, which minimizes on-site assembly time. It also significantly reduces dependency on weather conditions and also eliminates the curing periods required for concrete. And finally, to conclude, this study demonstrates a beam-based workflow for converting RC structure to steel. This approach proved to be an effective framework for project redesign, enabling accurate modeling and scheduling with RSAP, Revit, and Navisworks. The conversion itself not only enhanced structural performance but also delivered a 68-day time saving, primarily due to its reduced self-weight and a more efficient foundation design. While our cost analysis found that the steel structure required a 20% higher initial investment, but this was offset by significant savings in the foundation. This highlights how the accelerated timeline and improved constructability of steel over a strategic advantage, especially for projects with tight deadlines. BIM study provides a practical and replicable BIM-based workflow for design making in the early design phase of a project, which is highly suitable for projects with tight deadlines or early occupancy requirements. As for future research, we recommend expanding this analysis to include a more comprehensive evaluation of whole life costing and sustainability consideration to provide an even more complete evaluation of structural system alternatives. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you for your attention. I'm now open to any question you might have. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Is there anyone? Hello. Is there anyone? Hello.
Yeah. Anyone where? What do you mean by anyone? What do you mean?
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
The presentation of room number 4A doesn't started yet. The other rooms presentations is already started.
Okay.
Hello? Would you help me about this?
Debna, your presentation will be next now, so please you can mute until the presentation is played. All right, thanks everyone. The next presentation supposed to be adoption of smart construction technologies on construction sites in Nigeria, but we don't have the video. So the next one will be hybrid simulation and testing for optimized airflow, contaminant control, and high performance building design. And this will be presented by Ridoy Debnat and Shaikat Saka. So the presentation will be played now, and afterwards the questions will be taken. Thank you.
Are Shekhar Sharkar and MF Deep. The table of content here: introduction, research aim and objective, methodology, key findings, summary and design implications, conclusion and preference. The first portion of my presentation is introductions. Here I will discuss about problem statement, need for integrated simulation. Architectural design must integrate efficiency, comfort, and indoor air quality. Independent assessment, frame-gated and unsuitable designs. Growing demand for sustainable high-performance buildings. Shift to performance-based design using real-time simulators. Key focus, airflow, contaminant control, daylight optimized, uses BPS, CFD, and internal testing for holistic evaluation. The design is appropriate and will be used for the situations like COVID-19, reinforced urgency for health, airflow, contaminant reduction, and energy efficiency. The second portion of my presentation, I will present about the research and objective. Here I will say about optimized airflow, contaminants, and daylight and energy. Integrated computation experimental tools like 3D modeling, CFD, daylight, and energy simulation, internal testing into unified performance evaluation framework. Analyze natural ventilation strategies and contaminant dispersion parameter to improve indoor air quality and occupants comfort. Evaluate facade configuration and shading devices for their impact on energy consumption, daylight autonomy, and glare control. Validate computational simulation with internal experiments to ensure accuracy and real-world capacity. Develop design recommendation for adaptable, sustainable buildings that minimize reliance on mechanical system while maximizing energy efficiency. Second, the methodology which I used in the collection of data in the research paper. I used 3D parametric modeling, CFD simulation, energy and daylight simulation, internal testing. Here is the 3D model which I used to develop and collect the data for the research purpose. The study test a 1:500 office model using 3D, CFD, energy daylight, and wind tunnel simulation exploration, facade and shading variation to improve ventilation comfort and efficiency. There are some graphs which say you about the energy and daylight simulations and wind testing results and airflow and pressure distribution. Here I will discuss about the key findings about the airflow and daylight energy. Those graphs and tables will show the airflow and fundamental control performance and daylighting and energy performance metrics. Here are two scenarios. One is A and B and a baseline. Here is the result of wind tunnel result comparison and energy and cooling load comparison between scenario A and B. Summary of the device implementation: use of passive and active ventilation system, adaptive shading and facade and building orientations. There are some devices which we can use for the better result. Those are the shading devices and natural ventilation, which helps us for the lowering the cooling load, and some adaptive shading and facade and optimized building orientation for complex climates. The conclusion: hybrid workflow as a sustainable tool. We should combine simulation and wind testing for the accuracy, optimize airflow, contributor control, energy comfort, natural vegetation, and activeness for best performance. Reduce reliance on mechanical system, provide architectural. Have those are the reference which I take help from those to write my paper. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Colleagues in the hall, please, do you have any question for Redoy Debnat? Any question? Colleagues online, do you have any question for the presenter? All right. We're going to move to the next presenter, which is also a recorded presentation. It's titled Unmasking the Challenges Hindering the Sustainable Utilization of the Internet of Things in the Building Construction Industry. And this is by Mark Imwusu and Timoteo Adu-Gyampi.
Hello, my name is Mark Pimusu.
Then afterwards, there was a presentation that is supposed to be recorded, but the presenter is here, so the presentation will be done in person. And that's adoption of smart construction technologies on construction sites in Nigeria. Thank you.
I'm presenting to you Unmasking the Challenges Hindering the Sustainable Utilization of Internet of Things in the Building Construction Industry. Here, our introduction. Ramani et al. 2023 submit that due to the emergence of new technologies, the construction sector must adopt innovative methods to mitigate time and expense overruns in projects. And one of these strategies is the Internet of Things. That is a relatively new technology that has attracted interest from several industries. And San and G 2021 attest to this fact. According to Hekong et al. 2023, Internet of Things is the network of sensing and actuating devices that can share information across platforms using a single unified framework. And Zhu et al. 2022 argued that Internet of Things technology enables the remote operations of construction equipment increasing productivity and safety on job site by allowing personnel to operate machines from a distance. And Internet of Things devices generate vast amount of data that can be analyzed to identify trends, optimize processes, and make data-driven decisions to improve consortium projects outcomes. And Ramani et al. 2023 attests to this. According to Fan et al. 2021, our problem statement is that there have been reports of security, privacy, data storage, network failure, fragmentation, and interoperability issues with Internet of Things. And Hekong et al. 2023 submit that because Internet of Things devices store user information and personal data, dependable security is crucial, and consequently, this study unmarks the challenges hindering the sustainable utilization of the Internet of Things in the building industry in Accra, Ghana, which we seek to close this knowledge gap in the sector. So our aim is to unmask the challenges hindering the sustainable utilization of the Internet of Things in the building construction industry. And here is our research methods. The study employs a quantitative research method and then an exploratory research design to conduct its investigation. And out of 200 respondents, 151 representing 75% completed the questionnaire through Google Forms, and data analysis was conducted using SPSS version 26 to ensure that the rigor and reliability of the results. Furthermore, principal component analysis was employed to aid in identifying the indicators associated with each factor. Here are our results and findings. We tried to determine the challenges of Internet of Things in the consortium industry, and 14 constructs were generated based on the literature search. And out of the 14, here are the 7 components or 7 constructs that stood out. First of all, security risk ranked very high. That was 1. Data overload, cost implementation, scalability challenges, user acceptance and adoption, network failure, latency and real-time processing. These are the first 7 that stood out from the 14 constructs. So we try to do principal component analysis by checking the dimensionality of challenges of Internet of Things in construction. And we use Kessier-Mayo Oakland measure of sampling adequacy tests. And we recorded 0.909. And we try to also do Bartlett's test of sphericity. And here is the approximately chi-square, and then standard deviation and the significance of the findings, which recorded the significance recorded 0.00, which is very, very significant, all the components. So here, with the principal component analysis, we try to go beyond to check extraction method by total variance explained. So out of the 14 components, out of the 14 constructs, we group them under 3 components. So component 1 was technical and data management factor, then security and privacy factor, economic, resources, and then performance factors. And out of these three components that was generated from the 14 constructs, here are the initial hygiene values that came up. So we had the total percentage of variance and then cumulative percentage. And here are the results as you can see. So with rotated component matrix, here are the score from each component. So under the technical and data management factor, that score very high. 7 out of the 14 score very high. And these 7 from the 14 are lack of skilled professionals, latency and real-time processing, network failure, data overload, network cognition, inaccuracy of data, dependence on cloud infrastructure. These are the 7 out of the 14 that really stood out under the technical and data management factor. Under security and privacy factor, 3 of the 14 components also emerges. That is the security risk, privacy concern, ethical concerns. And then the last one, which is the economic, resource, and performance factors, also capture the last 4. That is the limited lifespan, power consumption, cost implementation, user acceptance, and adoption. So that is the last 4 out of the 14. So, conclusion, the core objective of the study was to unmask challenges hindering the sustainable use of the Internet of Things in the building construction industry. And the study has indicated that the Internet of Things in the building sector is grouped into 3 factors. That's the technical and data management factor, security and privacy factors, and the economic, resource, and performance factors, which are all challenges hindering the utilization of the Internet of Things. So, in recommendations, we recommend that policymakers, government agencies, and construction professionals agencies should provide tax holidays as an incentive to construction businesses that adopt Internet of Things practices. We recommend that they should invest in training programs to develop the skill of the existing workforce and encourage STEM, that is science, technology, technology education, and science, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education to promote skills relevant to the Internet of Things technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark Pimusu. Do we have any question for the presenter from the floor here? Okay. Any question? Colleagues online, do we have any question for the presenter? All right. Thank you so much, Mark Pimusu. Next presenter is here with us, and we just load the presentation so that she can present in person. Please come forward. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adejola Folashade. I'm here to present an article titled Adoption of Smart Construction Technologies on Construction Sites in Nigeria. These are the presentation outline. The introduction. Construction projects are complex and have very huge investments, which lead to risk. And this also leads to delay and costs overrun. And this has been a major challenge in the construction industry. There are lots of projects. By the time you finish, it will extend the project timeline and also increase in project costs. And this has caused a disagreement between stakeholders, lack of trust, and so many other things that at the end, the project doesn't end well. So the construction is undergoing a significant transformation driven by increasing integration of smart technology. And the smart technology streamlines construction processes. And these smart technologies are building information modeling, Internet of Things, machine learning, artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality, 3D printing, and so many more, which are reshaping project execution processes. And this smart construction technology, they have several benefits. Number one is enhanced efficiency of the construction processes. It improves productivity of work. It also reduces the project cost, sustainability. It reduces wastage of materials on site. It reduces error and errors of rework. It reduces error and rework, and also improve communications among the construction project team and also among the stakeholders. It enables data-driven decision-making and also improve collaboration among the partners. Previous study have discussed about smart construction. I've discussed about smart building in Benin City, Nigeria. Alo and Eto discussed about smart building in Nigeria. And the author found that high cost and limited power infrastructure are major obstacles to adoption of these smart construction technologies. And they also recommended government intervention, awareness campaign, and research into advanced technology to boost the adoption of smart construction technology. Likewise, Chan ETSA 2020 also compared the challenges of smart building between Hong Kong and Nigeria. And the author found the same barrier in both regions, like lack of workforce expertise, resistance to change, and insufficient technical knowledge regarding sustainable smart practices. And the author recommended raising awareness among the public, improving energy infrastructure, promoting smart technology, and also conducting more research and updating building code to facilitate progress in both regions. In developed countries are already aware of this technology, and they are also into the use of the technology. But despite that, they face several challenges of high perceived costs in adopting this technology, and also lack of standardized framework and regulatory shortcomings. Also globally, Russia, China, UK, and US also lead in smart construction technology. But while Africa are lagging behind, which presents why Africa are also lagging behind. Nigerian research also dominantly focused on smart building, with limited exploration on broader smart construction technology, which this study needs to fill the gap. Now, the aim of the study is to analyze the impact of smart construction technology on project delivery within the Nigerian construction industry. And these are the objectives: to assess the level of awareness and the adoption of SMT to identify the various barriers that hinder the adoption of this technology, and to assess the steps to promote smart construction technology in the project delivery in Nigeria. Research methodology. This study employed the use of purposive sampling by identifying 150 construction professionals in Lagos, Nigeria, that has the experience of smart construction technology. An online questionnaire was distributed, and 77 out of these 150 completed the survey. So the questionnaire was divided into two sessions: the demography and also about the objective of the study. Now, these are the results. The number one objective, responding awareness on smart technology. If you look at this table very well, the highest out of the awareness is drone. It shows that most of the construction professionals, they are aware of the use of drone. They are aware of BIM, machine learning, artificial intelligence, 3D building. If you look at all the list of tools that they were aware, it's above 50%. their rate of awareness, so they know, that means that they are already aware that these tools are they are available, and they're also good in streamlining the construction processes. Then number 2 is type of smart construction technology used by the respondent. The highest tool used is building information modeling. Compared to the level of awareness, the level of awareness is far higher than the level of adoption. The level of adoption, the highest is 63.64%. But if you look at the level of awareness, the highest is 96%. So there's a huge gap between the level of awareness and the level of adoption. If you look from BIM, the rate from drone to automation and robotic, from automation and robotic is less than 50%. It shows that the level of adoption of these tools is very low. Okay. Then the third objective is the effect of smart construction technology on project delivery in Nigeria. The first effect is it enhances efficiency. It's enhanced efficiency because we all know that construction is into phases from execution to completion, and these phases need to be very well. This phase needs to be very well planned. So, and also to use smart construction technology to enhance the efficiency. Then number 2 is to improve the safety of workers on site. This technology is helped to improve the workers because construction projects is of high risk. So by the time you use this smart technology, it will improve the safety of workers. It also sustain benefit. It also it has sustainability benefits, reduction of all these effects. If you look at it, they are above 4 points. It shows that the professionals are aware of the effects of this technology on project delivery. Then the first one is the barrier to the adoption of smart construction technology in Nigeria. The first one is lack of regulation and standard. From lack of regulation and standard to resistance to change, also above 4 points. They are already aware also of the barriers to the adoption of the technologies. Now, the step to promote the SCT in project delivery in Nigeria, the first step is provision of incentives from the government, partnership and collaboration. From that first one to the last, which is education and training, the education and training is 4 points. It's also shown that they are already aware of the steps that need to promote it. Now, the discussion. The study showed that Nigerian construction professionals are increasing using building information modeling, drone and wearable devices. Then the studies also showed that SCT improved project delivery by enhancing the efficiency, it enhances the safety, it enhances the sustainability, and also the quality of projects, and also reduce the project timeline. This study found that Nigerian construction industry faces challenges, and this also is aligned with the study of Skillable 2024 that noted that developed countries like China, USA, UK, Germany, and also Japan, they also struggle with limited technology access and insufficient training and financial constraints. Globally, too, we also align with VATAM, ETSA 2024 and 2022 studies that government incentive, workforce training, innovation culture, and all this can also promote the use of smart technology in construction projects. So the implication of the study, the adopting smart technology like building information modeling, drone, wearable safety devices, AI, and machine learning can significantly improve the project delivery, safety, and efficiency, and also offer a competitive edge to company. If any company has these tools, it will give them an edge ahead of other ones because it will help their work and it will make their work to be very efficient and more productive. Then government intervention. Governments will also ensure that there is a regulation that supports this tool, the use of this. So if there is a regulation, people will also abide with it. Then also for the professional and academia, there should be a curriculum on smart technology that's going to be embedded into the school curriculum. The study also showed a gap. There are some technologies that Nigerian professionals are not using. So it will also help manufacturers of this technology to also provide a way of producing this technology to suit the Nigeria contents. The effective implementation of this technology can also reduce construction site accidents. To also minimize conflict among the stakeholders, among the project team on site. Then the conclusion, high awareness and low adoption. the smart construction technology is very, very aware by the professional in Lagos, Nigeria, but the rate of adoption is very low. And the most used technology is building information modeling and drone. And while other tools are very underutilized, then the identified barriers are lack of regulation and standard, limited awareness and understanding, the high initial cost of getting these technologies, and also data privacy concern, resistance to change from professionals and stakeholders, because they believe that they are already okay with their tradition. So the use of this technology, they believe is disturbing, and they prefer to use they prefer to go by their own traditional way. Then recommendation, number one is government incentive. If government can provide incentive for workers and for indigenous companies, this will help them to get these tools. Then number two is fostering partnership and collaboration. If there's collaboration among the professionals and among the construction firm, if you have BIM, if you have BIM, and some other people have drone, if different companies have different tools, and they cannot collaborate together, it will aid their work and make the work to be better. It's also provision of access to funding. If there's access to funding for the professionals, they'll be able to get the loan and also order for these tools. Then develop supportive regulation and policy. That's by the government. A well-regulative and policy can make the professionals also to abide with it and follow the regulation. They encourage local innovation. This is very, very essential. If manufacturer can provide a local innovation that can suit the Nigeria content, it will be very, very okay. And this will also make the project delivery to be a success. The future research focus. The future study should expand beyond Lagos to investigate adoption rate across Nigeria and explore the application of diverse smart functionality to enhance sustainability in construction practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Do we have a question for the presenter? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues online, you can please hold a bit, or maybe we can go first. Yeah, please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but please introduce yourself first.
Okay, thank you. The name is Dr. Innocent Chigozie Osizugbo. Currently, I'm doing a postdoc at University of Johannesburg. My question is simple and clear. First of all, I want to recommend the presenter, but I have problem. I have a question that has to do with the awareness and the adoption. That is the gap between the awareness and the application of these smart technologies. My question is, what's the implication? What is it telling? What can we, or what preparation or strategies can be used, to either encourage the use of these technologies? Because having that gap is quite more. So what exactly can we do to encourage this? And what is really causing that major gap between awareness, yes, knowing this, and without applying them in the industry? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. From the study, you can see that the barrier that's hindering this adoption are lack of regulation and standards, the lack of awareness, the high cost of technology. It's not all the firm that has money to buy all these tools, because these tools are very, very expensive. So for them to now decide to buy it, they will prefer to go their own normal way. So that's the challenge. Then for the awareness, most of the professionals are aware of it. It's not that they are not aware, but to now adopt it is very difficult because they don't have the capacity to do so. So that's the challenge, sir.
I hope the question is well answered.
Not really, but yes, there is a financial issue, but what measure can be put in place to actually address it? Can we bring in the third party or something a strategy that can be adopted to either lessen the financial cost of this technology. That was also very important. It will inform, or encourage the upcoming professionals.
Sir, on the conclusion part, I said if government can provide incentives, so it will lessen the load on them in purchasing these tools, and also collaboration among professionals. This also can help in acquiring these tools.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. We've got some questions on the floor. I think we'll just take the 4 that we have. Okay, before you go on, please, the last question online, Dr. Nkomo, you can unmute and ask your question. Dr. Moreno, you can unmute and ask your question. Okay, let's take the first question on the floor.
Hello, Prof, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. My name is Morena. Name is Nkomo from University of Johannesburg, Department of Construction Management and Quantity Surveying. I would like to say that to the presenter, that's a very interesting topic that you were presenting there. I've got one question regarding what you presented. What informed your theoretical framework for your study? That's one question that I have. What informed your theoretical framework for your study? Thank you very much, Prof.
The purpose of the study is that there are lots of challenges in project delivery due to project delay and due to the project time, delay project timeline, and also increase in project cost. So this consortium, smart construction technology, are the tools that can use to stop all the challenges facing project delivery in the construction industry.
Thank you, Dr. Morena. I hope we're sorted now.
Yes, we are. However, I didn't get what theories did she look at? Did she look into, Prof? What theories? That's what I want to get. Theories. What theories?
Doc, I think I'm not trying to answer, but I think this is more or less like an exploratory study.
Okay, okay, Prof. Okay.
Yes.
Or explorator, okay. No, it's fine, Prof. Don't worry. It's okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good stuff.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that brilliant presentation. I'm not going to ask you questions. I'm just going to give you feedback. I hope it makes sense. First, you need to pay attention to details. You kept going from using Calibre as your headings and using Times New Romans as your body text, and that some people can be photosensitive and text sensitive. So you kept taking it from one text out to another. And if you go to your introduction, there was no need for you to number. Yes, this one. There was no need for you to number those introductions. And also your text sizes kept jumping. This is probably 10 or 12. And then you kept jumping from. But more importantly, into the research issues, I don't think the aim of the research completely agrees with the research title. When you were on the cover page, if we go to the cover page, it came across to me like a title that could be given to a textbook and not a research paper like this, you know, and then I held my horses until you got to the aim of the research. And I'm like, that is the title sitting there. Do you agree with me? Because we need to see an action word in your title. But when you give that title, it comes across like a textbook title. So you need to, your aim needs to mirror your title, just as your objectives need to mirror your questions. It's just a feedback. I don't expect you to respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the question again, is it a PhD work or a master's work or an honors work? Is a master's work? Okay. Okay, so mine will also be some contribution or comment in the regard that one, you know, BEAM has been there for many, many years. So what is new in what you have just done? What is new?
BEAM has been there for many years truly, but the rate of adoption, we are trying to get the rate of adoption and the awareness in Nigeria construction industry. Some other developed countries have been to the use of the BEAM and other things, but in Nigeria, the rate of awareness is more than the rate of adoption. So that's why we need to make this awareness known to people. The way they use BEAM in Nigeria is different. The way BEAM is doing all over in other developed countries, the rate is low in Nigeria.
Thanks for the presentation. I think it was informative. I just have two, maybe it's not questions, but maybe, I don't know, clarity, especially when it comes to your findings, right? I just want to understand the position of the study when it comes to awareness, right? The reason I'm asking is that in one of your results, when it comes to awareness, it shows that the level of awareness is quite high. I'm not sure if I'm, from what I got from the presentation. And then that component also appears in your barriers, right? As a second item there, which shows awareness as an item that is actually preventing the level of adoption. So there is clarity that the study also needs to, I think, clarify there to say, are we saying there is the level of awareness, is it high? And then how do you then explain it when it now becomes a barrier? I'm not sure if that is clear.
Okay, I understand you, sir.
Yes. Okay, maybe the second question, then you can just maybe wrap it up. And then I look at your first barrier there, it speaks to lack of regulations and standards. It has become a norm that, you know, with studies, we always want to ask professionals in terms of their input into what we are doing. But if we're going to say, maybe it's something we can look at going forward to say, lack of regulation and standards, it's actually a barrier to the adoption. Then the next question is, are we asking the relevant people now? Because I would then say, if you're going to say lack of regulation and standards, it's the barrier that comes, you know, as one of the most, you know, critical barriers. And then we go and ask construction professionals. I don't think you'll get an answer. That's just my opinion. So I think that also we need to start looking into asking relevant people correct questions. Thank you.
On the level of awareness, from the awareness of the tools, truly the respondents are aware of those tools, but on the barrier too, the reason for why some of them are not why some of them are not into the adoption of it. That's why they also pick lack of awareness. It's not all the professionals that are aware, and also there are some tools they are aware of. Some they are not even aware of it. So that's the reason why they also pick lack of awareness. That lack of awareness might not be to maybe BIM or drone. It might be to some other tools that they are not into use. Thank you, sir.
Please, a round of applause for them. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ma, for your presentation. Colleagues, we have 10 minutes, actually 5 minutes for a short break. I think there's tea and a bit of refreshment out there. Then we come back so that we can wrap up for the next session. Thank you.
I'm going to use this for my own system now.
Yes, you take
Let me just come up with this.
Admin, can you hear me? Admin.
Yes, we can hear you.
Please, can I present my own next?
Which session is your class?
It's 4A. The name is Innocent.
No. The session is over already.
Oh, he didn't call me.
His video is not working. Your pre-recorded video was not fit for play. That's what feedback we got here.
I have my PowerPoint to present online.
But everyone has left the physical session now. I'll speak to the organizer and see if we can get you in the next session 5A.
Please, I've been doing. If you look at the chat, I've been messaging, but he didn't reply.
Okay,
I have
no
issue
problem.
with my laptop during the recording. That's why I didn't capture the PowerPoint.
Okay. Well, I'll come back to you now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, afternoon. Can offer the this thing.
There's something I got on this chat.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Oluwatimishe Iwayemi, and today I will share the findings on the study on assessing climate change adaptation strategies for building resilience in Ayetoro, a coastal community in Ondo State, Nigeria. Now, this study explores how residents have responded to climate-induced housing challenges over the past decades, from 2000 to 2022. I will see how blending local knowledge with scientific insights can help build sustainable, resilient homes in vulnerable coastal communities. Now, these are my presentation outlines, talking from abstract to the key recommendations. And for the abstract, coastal communities in developed
Please, can I share my PowerPoint?
Hello, Doc. Doc.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Doc. Please, you can go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Oluwatimi Sheyewayemi, and today I will share the findings on the study on assessing climate change adaptation strategies for building resilience in Ayetoro, a coastal community in Ondo State, Nigeria. Now, this study explores how residents have responded to climate-induced housing challenges over the past decades, from 2000 to 2022. I will see how blending local knowledge with scientific insights can help build sustainable, resilient homes in vulnerable coastal communities. Now, these are my presentation outlines, talking from abstract to the key recommendations. And for the abstract, coastal communities in developing countries faces severe climate change impacts. And the study focuses on Ayetoro coastal community in Ondo State, Nigeria from 2000 to 2022. And it examines the link between community-based adaptation, the housing conditions and resilience using transdisciplinary approach like architecture, environmental science, and social research. And this emphasizes the importance of integrating local knowledge with scientific research to help build sustainable housing resilience. Now, these are the keywords for this study: Ayetoro coastal community, housing quality, adaptation strategies, sustainable housing. Now, to introduce this study, Ayetoro is a coastal community that faces severe climate hazards like flooding, storms, and rising sea levels. And these hazards threaten not only homes, but also the livelihoods and well-being of residents. Despite this, their adaptation efforts often overlook the rich local knowledge that has helped the community survive for generations. So the key question is, how can we better connect community-based adaptation, housing conditions, and resilience to improve outcomes for Ayetoro residents? Now, this question guided this study. For the climate risk in Ayetoro, we have frequent flooding, we have coastal flooding, and the storm surges and rising sea levels. And the adaptation strategies that have been adapted for most climate resilient communities are raised foundations, using of water-resistant materials, and community infrastructure improvements. Now, for the Ayetoro coastal community, it is located in Ilaje local government area and has swampy, marshy, and riverine coastal environment. Now, we have socio-ecological systems approach, resilience theory, and the socio-ecological systems approach talks about the interdependence of humans and environment. For the resilience theory, our ability to absorb, adapt, and recover from disturbances, and focusing on climate-smart building practices. And the aim of the study is to develop strategies enhancing community well-being and sustainability. Now, the research design to answer the approach that was needed for this study, I used a transdisciplinary approach combining architecture, environmental science, and social research. And the study employed mixed methods, quantitative surveys, qualitative observations, and focus group discussions. We surveyed 352 residents living in 379 systematically selected buildings, ensuring a representative sample of the community. And this approach also allowed us to capture both hard data and the lived experiences of residents. Now, this map shows a physical development pattern in Ayetoro coastal community. Now, the data collection for the questionnaire, this is a conceptual framework showing the socioeconomic characteristics, building conditions and characteristics, climate change elements impacting housing, climate adaptation strategies explored, effectiveness of adaptation strategies. Now, the key findings of this study. For housing conditions, let's look at that in detail. Over 90%, specifically 90.9% of residents live in bungalows that are built on swampy land, which is naturally prone to flooding. Now, most homes, 93.2% rest on wooden piles, a traditional foundation method. However, 82% of these houses need major repairs, indicating structural vulnerability. Now, water supply is mainly from tankers, which is specifically 47.7% from analysis done, and river or ocean sources as 43.2%, which raises concerns about water quality and access. Electricity is mostly generated by private generators, which is 80% or 79.5% to be specific, reflecting limited grid access. Walls are predominantly timber, 93.2%. Roofs are almost entirely corrugated aluminum sheets, that's 98%, specifically 97.7%. And floors are mostly wooden planks, 84.1%. Now, this material and conditions reflect a community that is highly exposed to climate risk. Imagine living in a home where the floor is wooden planks over swampy ground and the foundation is vulnerable to erosion. Now, this is the reality of many in Ayetoro coastal community. For the findings on the climate adaptation strategies, how have residents been able to adapt to these challenges? Temporary relocation during floods is common. About 2/3 of respondents agree or disagree, or strongly agree rather, that they relocate temporarily, which is 65.9%. However, permanent relocation is less favored, with only 20%, that's 20.5% agreeing, and 45% remaining neutral. Now, this reluctance reflects strong ties to the culture. Instead of that, residents focus on fortifying their homes, erecting barriers, and digging trenches, over 40%, and improving drainage. The most popular strategies are raising valuables and ground floors, with 73 or 72.7% strongly agreeing on these measures. These practical community-driven adaptations show local knowledge. The study reveals several critical insights. Now, the first one is flooding and displacement are the biggest threats. Now, indigenous strategies provide short-term resilience but are insufficient for long-term sustainability. Many homes remain displaced, many homes remain vulnerable due to outdated designs and materials, and flooding and displacement are the most critical threats, with 68% of the residents experiencing displacement at some point. Ayetoro's experience offers lessons for similar coastal regions. There is also a reluctance towards permanent relocation, highlighting the need for sensitization and community engagement. Now, the challenge is clear. How do we integrate traditional knowledge with modern evidence-based solutions to build truly resilient housing? We have these key recommendations to address the challenges, and we propose several recommendations. First, community education through workshops on climate risk and resilient building techniques. Empowering the residents with knowledge is particularly crucial and essential. And the second is upgrading infrastructure such as drainage systems and erosion control to reduce flooding impacts. Without this, even the best built homes remain at risk. Now, the third is providing skills, training, and livelihood support to empower residents to maintain and improve their homes sustainably. Now, the fourth is fostering ongoing research and collaboration among residents, researchers, and policymakers to monitor progress and adapt strategies. Now, finally, enforcing resilient building codes that require raised foundations and durable climate-friendly materials supported by incentives like tax breaks or loans is needed. Now, what is the broader implication of this study? While this study focuses on Ayutthaya, the lessons are relevant for many coastal communities worldwide that are facing similar threats. These are the selected references. In conclusion, Ayutthaya experience shows that climate resilience is not just about technology or policy. It's about people, culture, and place. And the community's willingness to adapt is a vital asset. However, without improved infrastructure, policy support, and continuous engagement, housing vulnerability will persist. And with researchers, residents, and policymakers working together, we can build homes and communities that withstand these challenges ahead and the coastal community in general. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madame Blessed. I'm here to present a paper titled Understanding the Wellbeing Culture and Mental Health.
Dr. Hennes.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, this is Innocent.
What of Dr. Hennes?
No.
Yeah, please, I'm here.
Yes, you are the chair for this session, so I'll just assist you should you need any help from this side. The first presentation has been played by Uzo Onye Nzoputa, Blessed Mademe, and Uchechukwu Nwako. So the next presentation will be played now, but we need to check whether there is a question. And firstly, is there the first presenter online? Do we have the
Yes,
first presenter? Do we have the first presenter online?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a question for you before we move to the next presentation. All right.
Okay. So
Yeah, what's the name? The name of the presenter? Uzo. Hi, Uzo. Thank you for your presentation. Was a lady that okay, no. I just have so I just have just a question, right? You spoke about these flood issues in Ayutthaya, right? Am I correct? Can you hear me?
The volume is very low.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, better. Thank you.
I
Yes,
think he
you-
can hear you.
Yes, my question is just, is there a model, is there a risk management model to prevent this flood from occurring? Because just building just resilient building enough will not prevent flooding of Arieto's community. So I'm thinking I was hoping to see something like a risk management model to ensure prevention, like building of dikes, that, and also future preparedness against such occurrences. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so I think there's a mistake. My paper is on well-being culture and mental health.
Yeah.
It was briefly played. I don't know if it got to. I was thinking it was a technical issue from my end.
Okay, no, sorry. Because we were checking if Uzopita Blessed Chechuku Uwako is
His topic is on mental health.
Yes.
So not on flooding. Put TV.
What did you play?
If there is no question for him, can we take the next one?
Yeah, let's take the next one. Sorry.
Okay, take the next one, please.
Okay, so Doc, the next presentation is investigating.
Hello everyone, I'm by name Ido Albert from the Department of Building, the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Nigeria. I'm here to...
Sorry, do you have Ido Albert online?
Ido Albert, are you online? Please, do we have you here?
Okay, we don't have Ido Albert online, so we want the video. Let's check the next one.
The next one is about managerial requirements.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madame Blessed. I'm here to
The
present.
first one is understanding the well-being, culture, and mental health in the Nigerian built environment. This is it. So,
I'm online.
Do we have the presenter online?
Yes. Yes, I'm online.
Okay. Just a minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madame. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madame Blessed. I'm here to present a paper titled Understanding the Wellbeing Culture and Mental Health in the Nigerian Built Environment at the 2025 SURA Built Conference on behalf of my co-authors. The construction industry in Nigeria, similar to many other countries, contributes significantly to the GDP. At the same time, the construction industry is largely labor intensive, and the nature of work has been established to be precarious. It usually has high occupational risks and high stress. The work is done in a stressful environment, which is due to the physical labor involved. Literature has also established that within the construction environment, there is largely a macho culture. So the job is seen as a manly job across various countries, and this creates a sort of insecurity when it comes to construction professionals seeking for help, since because of the manliness attached to the nature of the construction industry. From research, we find that most studies focus on physical safety when they consider health and safety in construction. And this, while it addresses some of the problems, it neglects the holistic well-being of the human being, of the individual, because the physical safety is one part and the mental well-being is another aspect that needs to be looked into. And this is where this research comes in to examine the perceptions and identify the key underlying factors that influence well-being and mental health in the Nigerian construction industry. So to achieve this, we deployed a quantitative survey making use of a structured online questionnaire. The Google Forms were sent out to 150 construction professionals, identified following the purposeful sampling technique, and out of the 150, 105 persons returned their responses, and that yielded a 70% response rate. The data collected was analyzed using the mean item scoring technique, and then the exploratory factor analysis was deployed to identify latent variables. The Bartlett test of sphericity showed that the results were significant, and the KMO was above 8, which showed that the data was good for factor analysis. The 4 factors were extracted, and these 4 explained cumulatively 79% of the variance. The results of the mean item scoring showed that there is a significant impact showed a significant impact of the built environment on the well-being of construction workers in Nigeria. So that ranked first at 4.32 within a range of 1 to 5. And then closely following this, it established that there is a strong stigma which prevents construction workers from seeking help, because this is seen as a sign of weakness, and the construction industry being a manly, being tagged as manly, also views the process of seeking help as a form of weakness. The third we see is that the physical working conditions directly affect the mental well-being of construction professionals. So we find that their mental health is linked to the kind of physical working conditions that are met on the job site. And the fourth one is that there is a positive correlation between a well-designed built environment and the mental health of the construction workers in Nigeria. So we found that in companies or firms where there is a systematic culture to address the health of the workers, to address the mental health of the workers or their safety or their overall well-being, they seem to perform better when it comes to when it comes to issues that are related to mental health. And then some of the variables that are ranked the lowest, which we see as the critical system failures, include the first is the access to mental health support services, such as having a counseling or therapy on site. This was the lowest. The second we found is that there are no adequate resources to manage work-related stresses on site. And then we also found that the collaboration between stakeholders to address challenges are not there. These results show that there is a problem, and this is recognized, but there is a lack of systemic support. Now, the exploratory factor analysis revealed 4 factors. The first is institutional safeguards and policy efficacy. This accounted for 41.5% of the variance. Now, this factor showed that is a perceived lack of effective policies or training and a well-being focused work culture. And this shows that the implication is that in Nigeria, we struggle with regulatory enforcements when it comes to safety. The second, which talks about access to support systems and collaboration, focuses on the deficiency in counseling and multi-stakeholder collaboration. So we find that workers in the construction industry face stress without institutional support. So, and this compounds their psychological distress. So the ability of a worker to cope with the mental stress is largely dependent on the individual properties of the person without any form of institutional support. And then the third, which was tagged built environment impact and mental health stigma. So this shows the dual challenge between the poor physical work sites that are prevalent in Nigeria and the pervasive cultural stigma attached to seeking for help. And this, the implication of this is that any solution that has to address mental health issues, health and safety in the Nigerian construction industry must be must flow through anti-stigma campaigns. There must be a transformation that has to address this stigma, because in instituting solutions on their own without addressing this cultural stigma, which serves as a barrier from preventing the construction personnel, the workers, from accessing the help, would result in failure. And the last is the research and literature gaps. So you found that there needs to be context-specific studies to address the issues of mental health in Nigeria. Now, the implications of this is there is a policy practice divide. There are no regulatory enforcements. The ecosystem is unsupportive. Mostly the workers are left to sort out their psychological distresses alone. And then there is a vicious cycle where the poor physical environments negatively impacts on the mental health, and the workers are prevented from seeking help. And this continues in a cyclic form. And because of the lack of context specific research in the areas of construction mental health in Nigeria, the adequate and effective policies cannot be developed till this is addressed. So the recommendations for policymakers would be to mandate mental health provisions when it comes to safety certifications, such as COREN, and establish task forces to ensure that this is properly followed. So construction organizations can invest on improving their sites to prioritize the psychological well-being of their workers. And then their collaboration between the university and industry is largely encouraged for research work. So in conclusion, I'll say that the mental well-being of Nigerian construction workers is undermined by a complex system of failed institutions, absent support, and cultural stigma. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the audience? Please, any questions?
Thank you very much, the presenter, for that brilliant presentation. A couple of concerns for me. Can we please have the slide on the screen? Is the presenter still available?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madame Blessed. I'm here to present the paper.
Oh, it's difficult to move slide by slide without the audio. Okay. You can mute the audio and just let it play. Maybe if we need to pause at some point, you can mute the audio on the video. I don't know. That grammar failing me there. When you were presenting your numbers, you said you distributed 150 survey instruments, and you got 105 returned to you. But you didn't tell us where this 150 came from. You didn't tell us the size of the population and how you drew this 150. Is this your sample size, or because in your sampling technique, you didn't tell us you were doing convenient sampling. You said you were doing random sampling. So how did you land at this 150 if you were doing random sampling? And then, yeah, something about your sampling you need to explain in further detail. And then you went on to us. Hello? You went on to present us with a table that had some mean values, and from your mean disparity there, I could tell that your instrument was not tested using Cronbach alpha. Your instrument was not tested for internal consistency. If that was done, you would have presented us with your Cronbach alpha value, and that would have shown how widely spread your mean values are showing on that table. Because you would have gotten a wrong Cronbach alpha value, which would have shown you that your instrument needed to be restructured and redeployed. Maybe you would have taken this as a pilot study and then redo your instrument before you do the main study. That is one other comment you need to go back and look at. And then you did exploratory factor analysis, but we didn't see the result. You know, you need to show us the outcome of that exploratory factor analysis before you can conclude this study. I don't know if you want to respond to any of them, but those are just comments from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You can respond to some of them if you want to.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me start from the second comment. Thank you very much. I will go back and look into that. The Cronbach, the suggestion to take the Cronbach's alpha value for internal, to check for internal consistency. On the first, I did purposive sampling where you identify, since this is about mental health, I wanted professionals that had worked in the industry around me that had experienced up to a certain length and in various departments of construction. So we identified some groups of people to send to. Now it was based on that identification that the total number was determined. And it was not like random it was not just open to everybody. So the respondents were selected prior to the research, to the dissemination of the questionnaire, and then it was now sent to them. And the ones that returned now returned their questionnaires. Then the last one on the results of the factor analysis, that was probably an oversight. I didn't include it in the slide, but it's there in the work. The script plots, the rotated component matrix, all the tables that show the results of the factor analysis are there on the paper. That's the complete paper that I submitted. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. Just a question or comment I just want to ask if you know the implication of having a mean value of 1.32 or 1.36. I think some of your variables you had mean values of 1.44, 1.36, and 1.3 something. Do you know the implication of that?
Okay, yeah, it means that those it means that those variables where the respondents disagreed with them because they were phrased as phrased the questions as though the facilities that supported mental health were there. So the ones that got that they agreed strongly on showed their perception of what was there, and the ones that they disagreed strongly with showed the lack of those facilities.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on to the next presenter if there are no questions?
Yes, Dr. Kisi, thank you. I just have a small comment and then maybe one general question. The comment is, it's an interesting area. I am privy to some information that points to the fact that a lot of the accidents we are recording on site, if you do a proper investigation of these accidents, and you go beyond the direct causes and the indirect causes, the main underlying thing is the well-being site. So it's a very important thing. But I'm thinking that listening to you, I talk basically about variables that have to do with mental health. I don't know if this general well-being is supposed to be part of your topic, because all of the things you talk about, the constructs, for me, they are just mental health thing. But I think this general well-being goes beyond just mental health. So that is the focus, mental health. Then you probably can, say that in the topic and all your, objectives and all that. But if there are some other, general well-being issues that you to interrogate in the work, then you must look at that. And I'm happy he asked you about the sampling. I think this is something we must all take. Time you want to tell your sampling, you must follow it with the criteria you have to set a criteria. Otherwise, you make it too mechanical for us. We must not decided to receive, and the criteria you have set that is guiding the selection of the respondent. So those will be my comments on your presentation. But I'm happy with that somebody's looking into these things even in the Nigerian context. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can we play the next one? Let's see who is here. Do we have Abet Indo here? Abet, are you here?
I'm around.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm by name Ido Albert from the Department of Building, the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Nigeria. I'm here to present a topic investigating quality management practices in a building construction project in Akure, Nigeria. Introductions. The Nigerian construction industry play a crucial role in national development, but is often plagued by poor quality outcome, cost overrun, project delay. In Akure, a rapid urbanizing city, building construction project faces a significant quality-related challenge. Ensuring quality management practices is essential for delivering durable, safe, and cost-effective structures that meet client expectations. and aligned with global best practices. Despite the importance of quality management, many building projects in Akure still suffer from a defect, rework, and inadequacies and inefficiencies. Issues such as poor documentations, inadequate trainings of artisans, and lack of a structured quality framework. For example, ISO 9001 and total quality management remain prevalent. These situations increase construction costs, reduce client satisfactions, and undermine sustainable development. Quality management projects. This focuses on ensuring that materials, workmanships, and processes meet project specifications. The common framework includes total quality management and ISO 9001 standard. The challenge in Akure in Nigeria, we have a weak regulatory enforcement, inadequate trainings, poor supervisions, and corruptions. Impacts of effective quality management. And one of the impacts is that it improves client satisfactions and trust. It reductions in rework, defects, and waste. It enhances productivity and cost effectiveness. And it also complies with regulatory standards and to serve as a long-term durability and sustainability of buildings. Research method. The quantitative research designs was used, and the target population was professionals in the construction industry, which includes architects, builders, engineers, and quantity surveyors within Akure. The random samplings was used, and the sample size out of 183 questionnaires distributed, 144 were returned, and results in a response rate of 78.6%, which considered adequate and for the study. The instrument is structured questionnaires, and descriptive statistics were used to analyze the collected data, showing means and RRI. The presentation of results. Table 1 affecting qualities management practices. Variables are here. In the variable, was ranked high 4.3 modifications with a mixed value of 4.25, while the lowest variable here, or the lowest ranked here, is building information modeling adoption with a mixed value of 4.0. The table 2 also shows the implementation of qualities management practices, and the variable are also here too. Then the risk management and mitigation strategies was ranked high with a RII 0.867, followed by project planning and scope definitions with RII with 0.865. And the list, or the lowest variable here, ranks inspections and test plans with RII 0.648. The table 3 shows the impact of quality management practices on construction projects, and from the results, it can be observed that extended asset lifespans was ranked high with a mixed values of 4.35, followed by reduced defect and rework 4.25, with increased productivities and efficiency, also 4.25. And the least ones among them, the least variable is reduced construction cost with 4.07 means values. Conclusion: the study has identified the factors influencing quality management in Akure, which include project scopes, organization cultures, stakeholders engagement, trainings, resource allocations, regulations, and changing orders. Then implementing practices such as risk management, project planning, defect control significantly improve project performance. And the findings provide empirical evidence for both theories and practices to enhance quality management by addressing the skill gap and ensuring proper resources allocations to avoid rush work and low quality material. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation on quality management. These are some few comments I would like to put across before anybody asks a question. As much as possible, even though it's a conference presentation, there's a need for us to see some references. And this is kind of generally throughout. I visited some of these platforms and you see a researcher doing some presentation and there is no reference. I don't know whether it's a new style, but please, let's look at it. Please, any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Program Director. Yes, I see the information that he's presenting when it comes to the results and all that. My advice is there's quite a lot of information that has to do with numerical values. And with those numerical values, such as probability of some things, isn't it possible to maybe convert that information into a graphical representation, at least for someone to be able to remember some of the content? If we talk about numbers sometimes it needs a repetitive type of reading of those numbers for one to remember. But however, with this large number of numbers, it's advisable to use some graphical representation in a way that it makes it easier for another person to remember the statistics that you are referring to. Thank you.
Please, Abed, can you answer? Mr. Abed, Dr. Abed. Hello? Okay. Abed, are you still around?
Hello, there was a breakup in the network, so I could not, I just rejoined. I don't know. I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Please, if possible, that question can be repeated.
Mr. Out, for your presentation. So my question was, is it possible that with regard to the statistics that you have mentioned, because I've seen there and it's quite a huge number of numbers, isn't it possible to at least make use of graphical representations of, in case of checking the difference in case of the numbers that are there? Because numbers are, having so many numbers like this, it takes a repetitive times to read these numbers for one to be able to remember the certain stats, so that maybe if they were to say, oh, I've seen this research that speaks about this, it can be easily be emphasized based on the graphical representation. I'm not talking about regarding the table being there or as a result, but however, the table is important to be there, but it has to be towards maybe at your appendix or at the end there. But however, first it has to be graphs to emphasize the difference in these numbers, to say what this number, what exactly this represents, and all that. Is it possible?
Okay. Albert, over to you. Hello. Please, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, sir.
Okay. Do
Hello?
you want to respond to the question?
Yes, it's possible, sir, to represent it in a graph, in a bar chart with all this analysis. So
I think I can proceed with my question.
Okay. The second question, please.
Okay, thank you, the presenter. My question is actually on table 2 and 3.
I just feel like I should present them in the pages for this conference, pages.
Albert, please, it's okay. Listen to the second question. Okay, thank you.
It is actually not clear. Table 2.
Okay. We can't hear you, please.
Sending order from the
one speaking, we can't hear you.
Are you hearing me now?
It's better now.
Okay. So looking at 2, okay. It was one from the list.
I cannot hear you. I don't know about the rest.
Can you hear me? I said
it's better now.
Is it better now?
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I said maybe so it is I think the highest
we cannot hear you. I don't know where you are sitting.
Sorry, I can't hear the question, please. And I don't know. I can't hear the questions.
Okay, we'll take the next presentation so we can close.
Please, I'm still, hello?
Yeah, I think we ended with you. So, I mean, we are taking the next presentation.
Yes, this is a different, another person. Please remember me, I discussed earlier, said I'll be given a chance to present in this section.
Okay, and what's your name?
Innocent Osizubo. I mixed the break section 4A.
Okay, thank you.
I have my PowerPoint to present. Please, I want to present.
Hello, session chair. We'll be taking the last presentation so we can close.
Okay, thank you. Can you play the last one, please?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You may start.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you see my slide?
I can see your slide.
Yes, we
but
can see it.
Slideshow.
Okay, thank you so much. Quickly, the name is Innocent Chigozie Osizbo. And I'm here, I'm lucky to present my conference paper 149 at the very first Global Scholarship for Sustainable Built Environment.
Session chair.
The title, Drivers of Buildability.
Session chair.
Yeah, can you put in a slide mode, a slideshow, please? I can hear you.
We are playing the last video, which is from what's his name?
Can we just allow him to just present?
Yeah, we are closing. We're closing, so we just need to play this last video.
Okay. So
do I continue?
I heard we are playing the last video, so you cannot continue with yours, please.
Okay.
The International Energy Agency has predicted that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madome Blessed, here to present my paper titled Managerial Requirements for Energy Efficient Buildings in Nigeria at the SURE Builds 2025 conference on behalf of my co-authors. Now, the International Energy Agency has predicted that by 2035, that about 41% of global energy savings will be accounted for by buildings. In Nigeria currently, we find that opposite to this, that residential buildings currently consume about 50% of total energy. This includes the refrigeration, the heating, and all the lightings, the energy consumptions in the building come up to a total of 50% of the national energy consumption. Therefore, we find the need for energy efficient buildings. Literature has established that energy efficient buildings reduce demand, they improve comfort, and they enhance sustainability. However, in Nigeria, the adoption seems to be low. From literature, we find things as financial challenges, regulatory challenges, and awareness challenges, which could be contributing to this. So this research aims to explore the barriers that hinder the adoption of energy efficient buildings in Nigeria and assess the social and environmental implications of these structures. So our objectives would be to assess the social and environmental implications of energy efficient buildings, to identify the hindrances to the adoption in Nigeria, and to compare perceptions among construction personnel on these. And to achieve this, we deployed a quantitative cross-sectional survey using the purposive sampling technique. 200 professionals in the construction industry were identified, and the Google forms were sent out to them. 155 of them returned their responses, giving us a response rate of 77.5%. Out of these identified respondents, 48% of them were engineers, 17% were architects, 21% were construction managers, and 14 of them belong to other cadres of the professional industry. So to analyze these data, we used the mean item scoring and the relative importance index. Then the Kruskal-Wallis test was done to check the variation in the perception amongst the respondents who belong to varying fields in the construction industry. So the key findings of this study, the top-rated benefits of energy efficient building include that they promote and the use of renewable energy sources. They improve the indoor air quality and occupants' health, and they promote sustainability. So the Kuskawalis test showed that when it comes to these benefits, the various professionals involved, they were on agreement. Other benefits that were found not closely following this top three was the reduction in the use of fossil fuel, the energy poverty reduction, and job creation. So when it comes to the barriers, we found that the most critical hindrances were limited access to finance, lack of awareness, and lack of reliable data for regulation. Now, the Kuskawalis test showed a level of divergence in views amongst the professionals. So we found that it was very significant, and this could be because the engineers focused more on technical or data-related barriers, whereas the architects and the construction managers were focused more on the severity of these barriers on the adoption of energy efficient buildings. So some of the challenges that were common amongst them was when it comes to policy, the weak enforcement or implementation of policy, and the limited incentives that are available to kickstart the adoption of energy efficient buildings in Nigeria. So in conclusion, we find that energy efficient buildings, they offer a clear social and environmental benefit. From literature and from this research, all the construction professionals are of the same view that energy efficient buildings offer these benefits, but the adoption is where the problem lies. We found that in Nigeria, due to financial gaps, due to low awareness, and the unavailability of data to support policies, you find that the issues of energy efficient buildings seem not to be a major challenge being raised in the country at the moment. So we would recommend the enactment and implication of stronger policies, financial incentives, and interdisciplinary collaboration, since we found that the Kuskawalis test showed divergence when it comes to hindrances for the implementation of energy efficient buildings. It implies that for a successful adoption, it needs to be an interdisciplinary collaboration, because everyone is seeing a different sort of challenge, potential challenge that is causing these things not to be adopted. So it needs to be an interdisciplinary approach for the adoption to be scaled up, and for there to be a major advancement in sustainable development in the country with regards to energy efficient buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And thank you for everyone for listening to him. God bless us all.
I thought I was going to hear an amen. As we come to the end of the conference, can we call everyone outside? Somebody help us. Let everyone outside. Let's come inside. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? Thank you. Let's get everybody outside in. Let's get everyone in. We are closing. Nobody should keep eyes on anything outside. Let's all be here. Everybody outside? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Those just coming in, thank you. Let's quickly have a seat. As we bring this conference to a close, I really want to appreciate everyone for your time, for your dedications, and much more, the attentiveness. But before we go into the program proper, I want to first of all appreciate the following people. I want to say thank you to Professor Twala. He's a very busy man. He's an executive dean. I don't know how he was able to take out 2 days. But I want us to first of all appreciate him. Can we put our hands together for him? All right. We're not just going to clap for him. We're also going to give him a gift so that when he goes back home, he can tell them that he was appreciated. Professor Adenira, can you please come and help us to present this gift to him on behalf of the conference? Can we put our hands together, Professor Twala? Please. Yes, thank you very much. Prof, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. And also, I want to call Professor Banfo Ajay. We're also going to give him a gift for taking out time. I'm going to call on Professor Babalola to help us hand us this gift. Prof, thank you so much for your time. No, I'm not Professor Babalola. Let's wait for her. Yes, thank you so much, Prof. Let's say thank you very much to, we call him Abasha. Yes, Professor Banfo Ajay has been a long time a collaborator with us. Let's put our hands together for him also. All right, thank you so much, Prof. And last but not the least, in case you didn't get gift, just know that it's not because we didn't love you. Is that okay? We love you so much. Greater love has no man than this. Than that a man should lay down his life for his friends. Not in any particular order, but we want to appreciate engineer Richard Ben Daburi also. I'm going to call on Adenira's wife to give her this honor to present this gift. Can we put our hands together for her? Because I thought she was going to be at the mall shopping, but she has been here with us. Please help us to hand over the gift to the engineer. Thank you. So can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Adenira, we just saved you your credit card not to be swiped for 2 days. So you are owed us. All right. Colleagues online also, we really appreciate every one of you online, to all the session chairs, those that actually stayed up late in the night to ensure that every aspect of the conference worked. We want to appreciate you. I'm sure somebody that is connected online will give some of them a virtual gift also. All right, thank you so much. I'm going to quickly call on is it Gift Yanko to just give some welcome statement. Where is she? Yes, please, can you come? Yes, there's a request. She's representing the planners in Ghana to also give some welcome remark in the next 2 minutes. Can we put our hands together as she comes? Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to stand on the existing protocols as we are going home with fresh mind and ideas. From the beginning of the event, we said we cannot do it alone. We cannot work in silos. It's better we collaborate. We join hands, we unlearn and relearn, and we shape the future of our cities together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I caught her unawares. I'm sure she was not expecting it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree with me that we've had very 2 eventful days. And ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this particular inaugural Global Scholarship for Sustainable Built Environment Research Conference, which is tagged Sure Built 2025, to a close, we are not just merely ending an event. I believe we are actually celebrating the beginning of a transformative journey. Over the past 2 days, we have actually witnessed the convergence or the discussion between intelligent minds, between disciplines, between geographies, and much more generations. And we were all united by a singular purpose, and that is all about to reimagine the built environment through inclusivity. I think that theme actually resonated with most of the presentations. Inclusivity, then the other one that resonated also was sustainability of communities and much more innovation. We had thought-provoking keynote speeches. The framework by Prof. Babalola yesterday was resonating, and today we had Dr. Mieza, talking about the cost of inefficiencies and much more. Professor Denira that came up with a whole lot of new research areas, and I would say innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, this conference, even though it's hosted by University of Johannesburg, has fulfilled and exceeded its mission with over 140 papers that was peer-reviewed, presented across the global community of scholars. I want to really say that everything about this conference is all about inclusivity. We try to ensure that there is no exclusivity, but we also try to create an access, equity, and much more shared impact. I don't want to repeat the theme for this year, facilitating inclusivity in multi, inter, and transdisciplinary sustainable built environment research in emerging economies. I think that actually resonated in everything that we talked about. And all these particular ideas actually is what is shaped by intellectual reasoning and merit, but also by contextual relevance is one of the things I found with all the papers, and much more social responsibility. That was very strong in terms of how we should really define our research. So I want us to really reflect briefly on the following areas, which were the themes for this year in terms of the sustainable digital built environment. I think one of the things that we hear these days is digitalization, but let's look at sustainable digital built environment and transformation, construction and project management. This never goes away. Health and safety and environment, modular construction, workers' well-being. I think that we cannot take our eyes off from. Much more, the issue of pedagogy, education in the built environment, and much more infrastructure and industry development. And at the end of the day, this conference have actually succeeded in decolonizing academic gatekeeping by eliminating participation fees. Somebody sent me a text yesterday and said they never thought it was possible to actually host a conference without people paying. We have actually opened the doors to scholars. Thanks to everyone. We've actually opened the doors to scholars, practitioners, and students who might otherwise have been excluded. The intellectual richness on display is proof that excellence is not confined by borders or by budget. And to our reviewers and scientific committee, whose rigorous double-blinded reviews ensure the academic standards of this conference, we express our deepest gratitude. Can we put our hands together to all the peer reviews? Let's appreciate them. Here, thank you so much. I know what it takes to review a paper. It's like you are writing the paper again. And most of the time, it's like the people that submit the paper, it's like they submit a Ferrari. And when you give it back to them, it's like a Beetle that has been beaten everywhere. Your dedication affirms the credibility and scholarly value of every paper presented. To the organizing committee, I'm going to talk about this shortly. Your vision, your labor actually created a model that future conferences can emulate. And to all the participants, thank you for showing up with your research. Thank you for showing up with your questions. I followed some of the questions. I was like, wow, people really have questions. And your critiques and your collaborations actually shaped what is being discussed here. You have actually activated this space as one of the critical engagements, not passively, not for us to just be passive consumption of knowledge, but also to create it. As we move on with this particular closing ceremony, I'm going to call on Professor Bankole Awuzie as one of the co-chair. We're working together on this project, and Dr. Douglas to come and give you words. Can you please come? I know they're always hiding. Can we put your hands together for them? Prof, I would say you cannot hide. I know he went that way. Douglas went this way. Trade me. Can you please come this way? Let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together for them. We need some remarks from you. I'm just a face. Are we together? These are the
Okay, this is my face. Okay. I think I just don't understand an existing protocol. I think I'll follow that. Delegates, I think we're delighted that you've been the first cohort to take this journey with us. This is a journey Like Prof. Faboa said yesterday, I hate when it's quiet. And I think now, what we've done now is going to ripple. We're going to experience the ripple effect across the global community, where we see people now publish. We see people now engage and build knowledge without being confined to budgets and to space and to things like that. So we're able to share and build a bigger community. So I want to first thank all of you for trusting the process. That is very important. If we can put out a call and say it's free and nobody submits because they're scared. So we thank all of you for trusting the process and for giving value to what we've done through this process. So thank you very much. And
I think Prof has said everything I need to say. So I just need to wrap it up by saying thank you very much for trusting us. Without you, this dream wouldn't have come true. And we know we'll always get your support in coming presentations. We're hoping for a larger group next year. Now that people believe that this can actually be done, we can actually host a conference in Africa that is free, and people all over the world are joining us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you see the people I'm working with. And the reason why I know Prof. Tola always hear me call his name, I always appreciate him, is that if there was no seed sown by you, Prof, we will not be here. Prof, always thank you very much. I really appreciate you. When I become a chief in my village, I am also going to make him a chief also. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, the next thing is Best Paper Awards. You know, when I used to attend conferences, when it gets to this particular point, I'm expecting my name to be called. And when my name is not called, I tell myself, it means my writing is not good and I need to improve. That doesn't mean that I have not done my best, but I need to push harder. Are we together? So in case you were expecting your paper to be called and you're not called, that doesn't mean that you didn't do well. And we try as much as possible not to decide on this particular Best Paper Award based on our own criteria. We have attended conferences where these things are done differently, but we try as much as possible to ensure that we use objective criteria. We are researchers, but we try to make sure that we are very objective so that good scholarship can be rewarded. So this is where we are at the moment. Those online, those here, let's take it gradually. As we said, we had 4 conference themes: Sustainable Digital Built Environment, we had 30 papers, followed by Infrastructure and Industry Development, 47 papers, Construction and Project Management, 39 papers, and the aspect of education in the built environment, 24 papers. So we actually have 5 awards, and we ensure that every of the session, every of the teams, sub-teams, they actually have an award coming from them. Then cumulatively, we then have an overall best paper. Is that okay? So I'm going to go with the first team. Before I get there, the selection criteria. You know, I hope to work for INEC one day, so I can collate all the votes. Then I will come up with the criteria, how it was done. And you know, when you talk about the criteria, nobody can question you. We looked at the peer reviewers' suggestions because one of the rubrics was that when you review, tell us if this paper actually qualifies for an award. So there were some papers that they said they qualified. And secondly, there was also a score that was allocated to it. We look at the reviewers' overall score and then the presentation. Most people don't take presentation serious, but we do take it serious. So these were the 3 criteria that we followed. I'm sure you see it was not a long list. It was very easy to follow. Based on this, we have the very first theme, Sustainable Digital Built Environment. And the award goes to the paper with a summary that the paper presents a hybrid simulation platform that enhances architectural design by integrating computational and experimental analysis, optimizing ventilation, thermal comfort, and energy efficiency for high-performance sustainable buildings. And that award goes to the paper titled Hybrid Simulation and Testing for Optimized Airflow, Contaminant Control, and High-Performance Building. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it to them. The colleagues from Bangladesh, Dabnens, Saka, and Dib. Congratulations for this award. Thank you so much. That's the first award. Second award for the team Infrastructure and Industry Development. goes to a summary of the paper says the study proposed that using bamboo poles and accessible and sustainable materials to reinforce red brick masonry increases compressive and shear strength significantly, offering a more resilient solution for symmetrically vulnerable structures in Indonesia. And the paper is titled Utilization of Bamboo by Ika and his colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put a hands together for them? Okay. I'm sure you can see the diverseness of the papers. And the third category, construction and project management. The summary of the paper is the study identifies strategies to tackle productivity challenges in Sri Lanka multicultural construction teams using relative importance index, Pareto analysis, and fuzzy set theory statistical method to rank solutions with guidance applicable to similar contexts in developing nations. And the paper is authored by Dan from Sri Lanka. Can we put the hands together for him and his colleagues? All right. And the other category of education in the built environment. The paper is titled, the study submitted that poor indoor air quality in hostels with high CO2 and PM negatively impact students' health and academic performance using an experimental approach with diverse model prediction. And the study highlights the need for better ventilation and IEQ management. And this award goes to colleagues from Nigeria. That's the NFU and his colleagues. Can we put our hands together for them? All right. I'm sure if they're online, you can see that there's an award that's, yes. And the overall best paper for this year's conference. The study says using an experimental approach. The study submitted that household green infrastructure, okay, actually brings about a lot of conservation benefits. And the paper goes to the colleagues from Indonesia. Can we put the hands together for them? All right. In case you was not selected this year, I'm sure next time you will put in more effort. But generally, we are all winners. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? All right. Thank you so much. Somebody was asking me what are the best papers going to get. They will get a certificate and opportunity for participation next year. All right. Thank you so much. So I want to appreciate once again the keynote speakers. Or can we just appreciate all the winners? Thank you very much. Those online, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So as we close, I want to appreciate again all the keynote speakers, those that have already left, but we want to thank everyone from yesterday to today, and also the UJ delegation. The dean was represented by Professor Shongwe. I want to say thank you to all of them. Professor Babalola, thank you so much for being here all day. And Professor Adenima, thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Also, I want to appreciate Professor Bankole and Dr. Douglas. Thanks. You guys are 1 in a million. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. This is a journey, and we're going to run with it. Also, I want to appreciate every organizing committee member, Dr. Ntebo, she was here earlier on, Dr. Patience from Covenant University. Then we have Professor Oke from Akure, Futa Akure, and also Dr. Temitayo Omotayo from Leeds Beckers University in the UK. Let's put our hands together for all the work they've been doing behind the scene. Also, I want to appreciate all the coordinators. I'm sure you will find your name there. And I'm sure you will say, why am I highlighting Dr. Love? Dr. Love, I don't know when he comes here. I don't know if he slept here. But I really, can we appreciate Dr. Love? Yes. Thank you so much, David. God bless you wherever you are. Thank you so much. Your names are very many, from Dr. Umpondo, Dr. Dosumu from Rwanda, who was online yesterday, and also all the other colleagues that volunteered in one way or the other. Fortune, Idowu, Tolu, thank you so much for all your contributions. Thank you so much. Down to Stanley, thank you so much, Julius. I think one of the group I really want to appreciate is the Secretariat, Mrs. Simpe and Selai. I would appreciate them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sure you guys, I'm sure those people are like, I think Prof is not nice to them, but we're actually doing something together. Thank you for all your work, and not to all the volunteers and the Council for the Built Environment. What next for sure built? Because somebody was asking me, are you guys going to stop here? So we have been thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to bring to you Shell Build second edition in 2026. You have the second Global Scholarship for Sustainable Built Environment Research Conference 2026. And these are some of the thinking which you are going to see for next year. What to expect next year is still going to be free to attend conference. Participation fee. We're not changing. We're not changing. It's still going to be as it has started. It's not going to be like an opportunity to say, okay, now we have tested the water. People really came. Let's collect money. We need money to host it, but we want to make sure that it is open for inclusion. We see also you're still going to expect a global networking opportunity. It's still going to be hybrid, both physical and virtual, and much more. We also really want to support new generation of researchers, which is more or less what to expect from next year. And some of the important dates you might want to note, we're going to have a call for the abstracts before the end of October or mid-November, and abstracts are going to close by 31st of January next year. 1st of March, abstract acceptance will come, and deadline for submission of full papers, 31st May, then decisions on full paper, and deadline for submission remains 15th of August 2026. And we have really pushed with Springer. We hope that this particular first edition will be published by next month. But before the end of the year, we are going to receive submission. We're going to receive, should look out for their email when you get an email from Springer to make corrections to your manuscript, or to just basically check. Please do it on time so that you don't hold us back. And Springer usually give you very strict deadlines in terms of when they want you to return it. So far, we are really advanced, and we hope that before the end of October, we'll basically have published the very first edition. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference, the second edition, is going to be announced very soon, and the date is going to be 3rd to 4th of September, 2026. That is what we are looking at. It's going to be Thursday and Friday again, so that in case you can diarize it. The venues for now is open. We're still looking at South Africa. Ghana is a possibility. Indonesia is a possibility. Nigeria is a possibility. Malaysia is a possibility. Rwanda, Liberia, much more regional hosts. If you think we can host it in your university, and you can give us a venue like how we have a venue here, and your university can partner with you to provide lunch. We don't want to say because it's a free conference, people will not eat, or they will fast. Man shall not live. Anything you call bread, but people need to take something. So we are still open to this particular idea of regional hosts and all that. But we want a region that will be easily accessible for visa-free entry, that there would not be too much encumbrance going into those particular countries. It's a consideration. And we hope that Africa will really open up so that we can be able to move across just the way we move to other continents of the world. So ladies and gentlemen, this is basically what we're thinking for next year. I will say again that the best way to actually produce the future is to basically create it. And we don't just have to talk about it. And before I say thank you, I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that let's remember that this event is not an end. I see it as a seed that is planted in Johannesburg. I believe it's going to grow across Africa and the global south, branching into digital academic policy and other practical policies. And when we leave here today, let's not just only leave here with the proceedings and the knowledge that we have gained, ladies and gentlemen. Let's leave here knowing fully well that we've actually acquired a renewed sense of purpose. So as we disperse, may we carry forward the energy of Shell Build into our universities, into our communities, and much more into our workplaces. Let us publish, let's prototype, let's petition, and much more, let's pave the way so that our built environment, ladies and gentlemen, will reflect the future that we believe in. And this future is inclusive future, resilient future, and sustainable. So on behalf of the University of Johannesburg, the entire organizing team, and our many global partners, I want to say thank you, and let's do it again next year. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of Shell Build 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Let's make history together. Thank you. Please enjoy your remaining days in Johannesburg. And as you travel safely. And anything you cannot do wherever you came from, don't do it in Johannesburg, and you will be safe. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Everyone online, thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Cheers, Prof. Bye.
Thank you.
Congratulations, bro.
Ulindlela emamkhophozi emashazana ulindlela veramanyauza subanomona yena wamuthathu benginga yombolo makoti unyana wami ewujongile mahatele usezo